came in this world on my own. And you know how I feel to be alone. Yeah, who I ain't got feeling. Maybe it's a million reasons, but you're playing on my feelings. Look at my trust, so just say no. Don't tell me how I'm supposed to put it out. And I'm straight off, I'll tell you the dust. I wrote our names on a mirror, hoping to see it clear. That just won't suffice. Mama say you gotta hear, mama understand. Come and go, that's life. So tell me now, what do I go from here? I want you to know that they my close here. The story, living inside our story. It's so wrong to be loved forever. I hope maybe we experience love together. When things happen, I keep writing your name in the mirror. When they're there, I wrote our names on the mirror, hoping to see it clear. That just won't suffice. Hey, come on, do a live. When you want to go to the office? Right here. Mountain College. We're going to shoot you up there like amazing. This is the home of the Battlin Bears. Don't you be a man, don't you want me to go? Why you trying to keep me
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Herb Klindt Field on the campus of Rocky Mountain College in Billings, Montana. It's homecoming 2024 for your Battlin Bears as they take on the Mountaineers of Eastern Oregon University. These two teams still looking for their first Frontier Conference win. Of course, this is only the second conference game of the year. Rocky coming in with a record of 1-2 on the season and 0-1 in conference play. Meanwhile, for the Mountaineers of Eastern Oregon, they are 0-3 on the year and 0-1 in conference. Last game for each of these two teams was their first conference game for the Battlin Bears. That was 2 weeks ago, as they had the bye last weekend. But the Bears traveled up to Carroll College to take on the Fighting Saints. Always a tough place to play. Carroll really held it to them in the first half as they led 13-3 at the end of the half. But the Battlin Bears came back, had an opportunity at the end, and lost by a score of 16-13. Meanwhile, for the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers, they played last weekend at home against 12th-ranked Montana Tech. And that's a tough draw in your home opener as the Orediggers had their way with the Mountaineers winning by a score of 45-22. Joined once again this afternoon by the elder statesman of the Riley family, Dave, and thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Good to be here. Beautiful day here at Herb Klindt Field for homecoming at Rocky Mountain College. And they pulled a horse trailer in down behind the end zone here. I'm not sure exactly what they've got in there. It's got to probably some livestock or some kind.
They have the equestrian team who's going to be bringing the team onto the field here in a little bit for the pregame festivities of homecoming weekend. So your astute eyes did not fail you. As you were talking about, though, Dave, right before we went on the air, that game 2 weekends ago up at Nelson Stadium, it was actually a lot closer game, as the score indicates only a 3-point differential, and they had a chance to win it at the end.
Yeah, Rocky appeared to be in it all the way, and it's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back here at homecoming against Eastern Oregon, a team that I believe they handled last year when they played them. Should be a good game. Both teams look to be pretty much at full strength as they're about to take the field here. We do have a couple of horses that have come out on the field.
Yeah, last year these two teams played the 23rd of September of last year in La Grande, and Rocky jumped out to a 13-0 lead at the half and then held on to win by a score of 13-7. Rocky has won each of the last three matchups against Eastern Oregon. But as I talked about with Coach in the pregame interview, which we have coming up, he said, there's a lot of turnover on these two teams. You really can't go to the matchups of the last couple of years. I want to get back to the Carroll game you had mentioned. Rocky was in it all the way to the end. One thing that stood out to me in that contest was the fact that Rocky was held to 196 yards of total offense last week against the Saints, or 2 weeks ago. And that's something we have not seen them, and yet they still had a chance to come away with the win.
Yeah, Carroll's always going to have a real tough defense to go up against, particularly at home. It's a tough place, as you said, a tough place to play. The Saints is in a home game up in Helena. Pretty much the entire town of Helena comes out to watch their Saints play when they're at home. And, of course, they do have a rich history. They've won some national titles. They're in the thick of things again this year. But the Frontier Conference, I think, this year is much more even than it's been in years past. There are several teams that are vying for the top spots in the league. It's still early on in the season. Rocky can still put a good run together here, starting with this ball game at home against Eastern Oregon.
Talking with Bobby Beers, former athletic director here at Rocky. He's on SWX today, our competitor color for Chris Byers. But he was talking about he is expecting a very good game from this Eastern Oregon team. He thinks they're about ready to break out on their own. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our pregame interview with Coach Stutz. It's homecoming 2024 between the Mountaineers and the Battlin Bears on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. It is homecoming 2024 for the Battlin Bears, getting set for the game against Eastern Oregon. Time for our pregame interview with the head coach of your Battlin Bears, Chris Dutch-Raymond. Coach, I know you guys had the bye last week. Last played up at Carroll 2 weeks ago. Had a tough time in the first half, but the second half came out strong, just came out way short.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play 2 quarters. I was really impressed that, our guys battled back. I think what was huge was the missed field goal in the end of the second quarter, basically. We had a great halftime with adjustments, and, hats off to our coaches, but thought our guys came back well in the second half. But you can't play a half of football against anybody in this conference, let alone the country. So that's been a big focus of us in the bye week and kind of going through things. We always take the bye week as getting back to the basics and focusing on little things of special teams, offense, defense.
Feels like it's early to have a bye week. I know it just depends on how the schedule is, but does it work out well for you guys at this
Yeah, it was good. We actually should have had the bye week after the Northern game. Okay. And then, Coach Purcell and I talked about it, and they were open to moving it, so we got to the 3, and so we'll have 5 weeks in a row here. So I think it'll help on the back end of things. But it was good, because you think about you playing your 3 games, but you also had fall camp before that and things like that. So it was good for our guys. We got some guys that were, a little banged up, back and healthy, and so that was always good. But it was good to, really get back to the basics and try to reevaluate ourselves of, hey, what do we need to do differently, special teams, defense, offense, things like that, and who are we as a team, after 3 weeks.
You're taking on the Mountaineers of Eastern Oregon today. They had a tough game last week in their home opener against Tech. What did you see in that tape against the Orediggers?
Well, number one, Eastern Oregon, they're always going to be well coached. Tim Camp does a great job. He's a friend of mine, and we're still going to battle our butts off on game day. But, he's a big-time advocate for the NAI and has helped me with, rankings and ratings and on the board of, the NAI and stuff. So, but they've had some tough opponents, these first 3 weeks with Whitworth, Montana Western, and Montana Tech. So their team's always going to battle. They've got a very experienced, good athletic quarterback. They're very solid on defense. They're coached by a former, All-American player at linebacker for them on defense. So we've just got to really focus on ourselves and make sure that we're not hurting ourselves or beating ourselves and consistently playing well.
You've had success against them the last 3 consecutive victories the last 3 seasons, but how much does that translate over when you get turnover?
I don't really think it transfers over too much. I think, we've done a good job of handling when we go out there. It's a long trip. He's going to handle it well. He's probably made this trip 20, 25 times. So that's not too big of an issue. But, at homecoming, and we should have a great crowd, great weather, things like that. We've got to just, again, focus on playing 4 quarters of football and focusing on ourselves and making sure that we're getting better and handling what we need to handle.
Seems to me at this point, from what I've seen from Graydon, both in person and in the stats, seems like he's feeling more comfortable.
Yeah, and I think we've got to, and we have, our offensive staff has done a good job of kind of reevaluating, okay, where are we at? What kind of team are we? We may say August 1st, hey, this is what we want to be, but what is reality of what we need to be? And Graydon's always been a good leader, and so we really focused on, hey, taking your first read, making sure our footwork's correct, all the little things that maybe people just see a bad play or a good play, but what are the little parts of it, and making sure we're shoring things up front. Routes have to complement each other, things like that. And so really been impressed with our offensive staff of making sure that we're looking at what do we do, what kind of offense are we, and our players understanding that, hey, a 5-yard gain every play is okay. It doesn't have to be a home run or a touchdown. And then defensively, I think they've done a great job of bend but don't break. And so
you read my mind.
Yeah. So we, trying to hit on that a little bit more of making sure, on 3rd and long that we're good on our coverage and our rush lanes and things like that up front and tackling well. And so it was a great time for us in bye week to where we could really focus on that, but also focusing on our guys and where can we help them, where can we make them better as coaches, and going from there.
You've got a younger team this year. We talked about it a little bit before, but now with having the bye week and being able to go over that, how are you feeling the team's coming together at this point?
Good. I think we've got a close group. They're fun to be around. They care about each other. They razz each other all the time, and that's the stuff that you see. It's not just offense versus defense. It's not just this guy versus that guy or things like that. You see a lot of the guys walking around that are maybe a receiver and a DB, hanging out together, or D lineman, O lineman, things like that. So very impressed with that. I don't think, I think after 3 games, those young guys need to take the next step of not being the young player anymore. But our older guys have to continue and try to build and get better and better and bring those guys along too.
Homecoming's always a great weekend, just the atmosphere around it. You got the alumni to come back. friends and family that are in there. What's your favorite memory of a particular homecoming game?
Anytime it's a win. It's always great to see the former players. I think our former players, especially since I've been here, come around a lot, not just on homecoming, but it's good to see the faces. I've heard from a lot of guys that were maybe played in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s that have emailed me, called me, texted me, and said, hey, we'd love to come around. So I expect to probably see 30, 40, 50 guys out at practice, and then hopefully seeing them throughout our locker room and talking to our guys about what this place meant to them, and kind of sharing their stories. I think that's always a interesting part of it and a fun part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to a rocky win today.
Absolutely.
Head coach Chris Stutz, if I could talk today, head coach Chris Stutzream of the Battlin Bears will take a timeout, come back for kickoff against the Mountaineers. Up next on GoBatlinBears.com. Welcome back to Herb Klindt Field as the Rocky Mountain College equestrian team brings the flags onto the field as they are going to lead the football team onto the field here. Here comes the cheer squad out of the northeast corner of the end zone. It is homecoming 2024 between the Eastern Oregon University Mountaineers and your Battlin Bears of Rocky Mountain College. Here comes the team onto the field. Welcome to the jungle. It is Frontier Conference football here on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel alongside Dave Riley, Kyle Riley with you for the play-by-play. Our thanks to Giselle on the camera and our new producer today, Savannah, who is handling duties behind the scenes to make sure we are on the air. And we are excited. We just had a recording of the national anthem played prior to the equestrian team bringing the team onto the field. Rocky Mountain College, an equestrian studies program, which some people wouldn't think of, but of course we're in Montana, and it's been around for a number of years, and they have a proud program here at Rocky.
I want to mention today's game sponsor, Billings Hotel and Convention Center, is the sponsor of today's homecoming activities here at Rocky Mountain College. Billings Hotel and Convention Center has 230 updated rooms, a casino, club lounge, coffee shop, pool, hot tub, and water slides. Billings Hotel can hold events for up to 800 people. Billings Hotel hopes to see you soon for a stay at your next events. Billings Hotel and Convention Center are game day sponsor for this Frontier Conference game between Eastern Oregon and the Rocky Mountain College Battlin Bears.
Rocky Mountain College.
All right.
Battlin Bears Athletics would like
The
to thank today's
captains
game day
for
sponsor,
both teams coming out onto the field for the presentation
Joining our referees crew for the
and the coin toss.
is Jace Murai of Billings Hotel.
Jace Murai, Billings Hotels Convention Center,
Rocky captains, number 13,
is
Clayton Buell.
down there, the
Number 7, Casey
honorary
Number 1,
coin
Cornelio
tosser
Williams
today.
Jr. Number
And we'll send it down the
61,
field to see
Lazante
what the call is on the coin
44,
toss.
Mason Browning, and number 8, John Aragon.
I was just going to say, if I'm not mistaken, I think Jace Murai went to high school at Custer County High School in Miles City. I seem to remember that name from my days doing feeds to the Cowboys games up in Miles City a few years back. Looks like Eastern Oregon won the toss, and they have deferred to Rocky. So they'll move over to the right-hand side of your radio dial or television screen, whatever you happen to be watching or listening on. They'll be right to left to begin the ball game. Rocky, I believe, will receive the ball for the kickoff and be on the left-hand side. Today's game, it's going to be a lot easier to see the teams, Kyle, because Rocky has their dark green uniforms, but they've got the really nice white lettering on them, so we should not have a problem seeing the numbers as we do with their sneaky uniforms that they like to wear sometimes.
The black uniforms with the green numbering, I agree on that. Yeah, Rocky will be receiving the kickoff here, and remember, 3 weeks ago at home against Northern, they won the toss and elected to take the kickoff. Normally they would defer. They went 3 and out on that one, but they were able to come away with the victory over the Lions of MSU Northern. Of course, coming off a 3-point loss 2 weeks ago up in Helena against Carroll, looking for their first Frontier Conference win. Eastern Oregon, they've had a couple of rough matchups here in their first 4 weeks, or 3 weeks of play, I should say, as they took on Montana Tech last weekend at home in LeGrand, lost by a score of 45-22. Tech is ranked number 12 in this week's NAIA Power Poll. And then 2 weeks before that, they took on Western in Dillon and lost by a score of 59-21. Western at the time was ranked 11th in the NAIA polls.
Looks like Jake Waddell and De Niro Killian Jr. back to receive the kickoff.
Quinn McLaren, a 6'4", 215-pound sophomore out of Chelan, Washington, handles the kickoff duties for the Mountaineers. 78 degrees at game time, barely winds about 2 miles an hour out of the north. Here's the kick. It's going to be taken by Killian Jr. at the 15. He follows his blockers up across the 25, gets across the 30-yard line, and is brought down at the 31-yard line, and that is where the Bears will start. Good field position just underway here at Homecoming 2024.
First and 10.
Looks like Buell will be the starting quarterback today for the Battlin Bears as he brings his offense out on the field for first and 10 at the 30.5-yard line.
Braden Buell is 52 for 86 passing, 60.5% completion percentage, 529 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions, averaging 176 yards per game. He takes it out of the shotgun, hands it out quickly to Rooney. Rooney's caught in the backfield. There'll be a loss of 2 yards on the carry.
First man in there looks like, I'm trying to catch the second number, but it's in the 40s. I believe that is...
They're going to spot it down for a loss of a yard, so it'll be second down and 11 from the 30-yard line. Man in motion is Clinton. The tight end comes set right side. Rooney on the right hip of Buell. Buell comes up the line. He's going to change up the play down to 10 seconds on the play clock that is working today. Take the pump fake left. He's going to keep it, and Buell is going to get across the original line of scrimmage and up to the 33-yard line for a gain of 3 yards, but that'll bring up third down and 8 from the 33-yard line.
That was a running play all the way for Buell. He looked like he was going to pass. It was a spread offense, but as soon as he got the ball, he took one look downfield and then tucked it in and ran for a little bit of a gain. Second down, 8 yards, or third down and 8 yards to go.
Trips right side, one wide receiver split out to the left. Rooney on the left hip of Buell. Buell again coming up to the line to call out the play. 13:37 and counting here in the first quarter. Opening drive, 3rd and 8 from the 33. Pass over the middle. It's going to be caught at the 45. Space as the catch was made. Was that Dwyer? Nope, Eric Lira. But Lira, as he was hit at the 47-yard line, he is slow in getting up. It's going to be a pass completion good for 14 yards. We've got official timeout as Lira is still rolling around on the turf. So
he was tackled by Jason Grant, number 10. Grant caught him on the left flank. And as you said, he's still down on the playing field. They've moved the chains. It's going to be first down when we get back underway here. The ball is at the 42-yard line of the Battlin Bears.
Rocky coming into today's game, they were at 35% completion percentage on third down conversions, 15 of 43, but they convert on their first opportunity of the afternoon here. Clock is stopped with 13:22 left. They take a media timeout. We'll take one as well. No score. It's the opening drive of Homecoming 2024 between the Mountaineers and the Battlin Bears on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel.
Character program empowers student athletes.
Lyra is back up and walking off under his own power, but looks like he's favoring that left shoulder. It's being supported by one of the training staff, so good to see him walk off, but obviously concerned about a injury there on the left side. Rocky with a fresh set of downs after the 14-yard pass completion from Graydon Buell to Lyra. And we will have 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. No score, opening drive for the Bears. And they had to wait for the media timeout to wrap up. We've got a red hat on the field today. Buell takes the snap out of the shotgun, fakes the handoff to Rooney. Pass over the middle, complete to Waddell. Oh, he cannot hold on to it. He had it go through his fingertips. I thought he was going to bring it in. He had a hot half step on the defender, but Waddell cannot bring it in. It'll be 2nd and 10.
That time Eastern Oregon was in a man-on-man, and he was the only, the defender there on him was the only defender between him and the end zone.
For Jack Waddell, he is the leading receiver, 9 receptions, or excuse me, second leading receiver, 9 receptions for 65 yards of the year. It's going to be carried by Rooney, and Rooney is going to get it up. Nope, Kyan Jesperson makes the trek up. Jesperson gets it up to the 49-yard line, a gain of 2 on his first carry of the afternoon.
Interesting defensive alignment that time for Eastern Oregon. They had 2 down linemen up on the line. Everybody else in the backfield, it was kind of like a prevent defense of sorts.
3rd down and 8 from their own 49-yard line. Movement on the defensive line, and quickly coming out of his crouch was the left guard, Tziah Klindt, to say, hey, there should be a penalty flag thrown. And now the linesman said, yeah, and so they're going to discuss it. Is it a false start or is it a offside?
Depends.
We'll see.
Number 96, Sam Cadenas, was moving on the line. I think he encroached.
And that's what they call a 5-yard penalty. Will move the Battlin Bears into Mountaineers territory for the first time this afternoon. Opening drive here in the first quarter of play, coming up on the 12-minute mark. And Rocky has it now 3rd down and 3 after the first penalty of the afternoon called against Eastern Oregon. 2 receivers left side, nobody on the right. Going to be a handoff to Jesperson once again. He is tripped up at around the 49-yard line, and he will fall forward to the 47 for a loss of a yard.
Max Fraser penetrated on the play. The linebacker got in the backfield and tripped him up before he got back to the line of scrimmage. He was able to fall forward. So it's going to bring up 4th down, and they're going to go for it on 4th down.
Go for it. 4th down and 4 from the Eastern Oregon 46-yard line. They are 5 of 9 so far this year on 4th down conversions. Killian Jr. goes in motion, sets up on the left side, and now Buell switching up the play. 8 seconds left on the play clock. Buell claps his hand, takes the snap. 2 receivers right side. Buell looking over the middle. Pass is caught at the 40-yard line. Killian Jr. was the intended receiver. He went down to his knees, brings it in at the 40. It's a 7-yard completion and a 1st down for the Battlin Bears.
Nice job by Buell that time, putting the ball where nobody but Killian could get to it. As you said, he was down on his knees. When he caught the ball, they go with the no-huddle offense. They're back up to the line.
1st and 10 from the Mountaineer 40. And bump down the field. Killian Jr. will make the catch backing into the end zone as he crosses the goal line. A 40-yard touchdown pass from Buell to Killian Jr., and the Battlin Bears take a 6-0 lead.
Killian Jr. had about 3 steps on his defender. He literally had to stop, wait for the ball to come to him. As you said, he was back, facing back to the end zone, and he backed in once he caught the ball for the touchdown.
For Killian Jr., double check here, but that is his first touchdown reception of the year. And Drake on to attempt the extra point. Buell to hold these. Kick is blocked by a Mountaineer. It's going to be scooped up and now fell upon at the 33-yard line by a Mountaineer. So it'll remain a 6-0 lead for the Battlin Bears over the Mountaineers. 10:38 to go here in the first quarter of play. Rocky on top with the first score of the afternoon. You're watching all the action on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. That touchdown drive for the Battlin Bears, 8 plays, 69 yards in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. A 40-yard touchdown strike from Graydon Buell to De Niro Killian Jr. The point after attempt was blocked. And so we have a 6-0 Battlin Bears lead as the kickoff duty is going to be handled this afternoon by Jason Weston, number 90. And he puts a leg into it, a high end-over-end ball. It's going to be bobbled at the 10 and picked up by the return man. He gets up across the 20 to the 25. And that is Kesey on the return, who had to go off of his chest initially. Picked it up and gets up. They're going to spot him down. Oh, okay. But spotted down at the 28-yard line. Mountaineers will have their first possession of the afternoon, trailing 6-0. For Graydon Buell, that was his 5th touchdown pass of the year, and Killian Jr. his first reception for a touchdown this year. 2 receivers right side, 1 to the left. Glasper hands it off to the man in the backfield, Brody McMillan. McMillan gets it up across the 30 to the 36-yard line, a gain of 8 yards on a good carry on first down.
Good offensive push that time by the right side, and Eastern Oregon is back up to the line quickly. No huddle.
2 receivers left side, 1 to the right. Glasper working out the shotgun as well. Glasper fakes the handoff. He's looking left. Glasper looking deep downfield on the left-hand side, and that one, oh, there's going to be a flag here. Yeah, it is. The defender for the Battlin Bears, Trey Smith, a little shove there as the ball was coming in. He did not get his head around to look for the ball. That should be a pass interference and a first down on the 15-yard penalty. That's unfortunate, because it looked like the Bears might have been able to force a third down scenario. I'm not sure. There we go.
22 on the defense, 15 yards from the previous spot. First one.
So,
Actually, not a bad play by Rocky, because he was going to catch that ball.
you think he was?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he was playing center field down there. He had a beat on it, and would have been about a 65-yard gain. As it is, they lose 15 yards, and it's first down for Eastern Oregon.
It'll be 1st and 10 from the Rocky 49-yard line. They are into Bears territory for the first time. Glasper takes the snap, throws it left side. That one is high. The intended receiver here on the left side was Walker Camp.
The tight end. On defense, number 44 for the Battlin Bears.
Trey Smith.
Trey Smith was in there as well.
Camp will split out. He is Split out to the right. He's got a man in tandem behind him. Two receivers left side. Glasper hands it off to McMillan. McMillan found a hole. McMillan got past an initial defender. Gets down inside the 45 to the 42-yard line. A gain of 7 yards on the second carry of the afternoon for Brody McMillan, who had now 37 carries for 127 yards on the season. Trips right side. 9.5 to go here in the first quarter of play. Pitch out to McMillan. He gets it down inside the 40 to the 38-yard line. A quick gain of 4 on his third carry of the afternoon. And that is a first down. Second one of the drive. Then the first one not via a penalty. So quickly, first and 10 from the 38-yard line of the Bears. Ball on the right hash mark as Glasper and the Mountaineers going towards the south end zone. Pump fake. Pass on the left-hand side. It is complete. And getting away from the initial defender is the receiver, Parker Robinson. Robinson takes it from the 38 down to the 30-yard line. A gain of 8 yards on the first completion of the afternoon for Glasper.
Eastern Oregon had 3 wide receivers against 2 defenders out there on the left-hand side for that play. You knew where the ball was going to go on the play.
Here they go, tandem receivers both on the left and the right side. Pass behind Robinson that time around. There was a little pressure coming in. Quincy Glasper in his first 3 games, 75 of 124. That's 60.5% completion percentage. 759 yards, 7 touchdown passes already on the year, but he has been picked off 4 times. He's averaging 253 yards per contest this season. And his longest pass went for 79 yards and a touchdown. One receiver right side going to be a pitch out. That's handled by Peterson, Anthony Peterson, the fullback that time around. And he'll take it down inside the 30 to the 20. Now they're going to only spot him down at the 29, a gain of a short yard.
4th down.
Cole Curry in on the stop. It'll be 4th down and 2 for the Mountaineers. And it looks like they're going to go for it. Splitting out to the left is Malachi Spurrier. Glasper will hand it off, and that should be enough for the first down. I believe Peterson gets it down to the 26-yard line. They needed a yard. They got 2. And is that Peterson that's slow to get up?
This will also be the second media timeout.
It is Peterson who is rolling around on the turf. They call another media timeout. We'll take one as well. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 26 when we come back from the timeout. 7:49 left here in the first quarter of play. Eastern Oregon on their opening drive, trailing 6-0 on the Bears here on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Always a good sign when a player walks up off under their own power, as the running back Anthony Peterson, who just picked up the 2 yards on the first down, looks like he's limping a little bit there, favoring one of the ankles, but he's going to walk off, and hopefully we'll see him back into the game. But picked up the first down on 4th down and 1 from the 28-yard line. The Battlin Bears leading 6-0 over the Mountaineers of Eastern Oregon. We're in a media timeout, so we got to wait for the Red Hat to tell us that they're coming back.
Rocky Mountain College has partnered with Irk Hotels for the 23-24 streaming season. Of course, Irk Hotels is based in Missoula, Montana, managing and developing lodging properties in the northwestern region for over 30 years. Their partners and investors, they've developed and built hotels in Montana, Washington, and Idaho. They currently control 900 guest rooms, 22,000 square feet of conference space at Irk Hotels. Are dedicated to serving folks and properties, inspiring a culture of exceptional hospitality. Irk Hotels, be sure and let them know you appreciate the fact that they're sponsoring our internet streaming broadcast on the YouTube channel today.
All right, the Red Hat giving the final seconds countdown, and sounds like we are now good to go. Boy, the back judge just had to run like 75 yards to get in position after meeting up with the Red Hat to get things going. 1st and 10 from the Rocky 26-yard line. Eastern Oregon with their opening possession, trailing 6-0 after the Battlin Bears had a 40-yard strike from Buell to Killian Jr. And there's a pitch out to the right side to McMillan, and Brody was upended. I think that was Kason Barnett. And it's going to be a stop for a yard loss on McMillan, who's got his 4th carry of the afternoon for 18 yards. McMillan, a 5'10", 200-pound junior out of LeGrand, Oregon. So he's playing for his hometown college. 2nd and 11. Pass is going to be completed at the 27-yard line. The line of scrimmage up to the 26. Malachi Spurrier. That'll be a gain of a yard. Rocky will give that up all day long.
Man-on-man defense by the Bears. They had everybody covered. Tackle was made immediately, so there was no room to run for Eastern Oregon. Brings up 3rd and long.
11th play of the drive. On the snap, the pitch out right side, and we got a flag coming in as the defender was down about 6 yards away from the receiver. Kesey, the receiver, who then got down to the 10-yard line, but a flag came in, and we'll see if this is going to be maybe offensive pass interference. We'll see.
And generally, you see a defensive player on the ground like that. He got a pretty good shove.
And that is exactly what it is, Dave. Offensive pass interference against Kesey. That will negate what would have been a 16-yard pass completion and move them 15 yards in the opposite direction. So instead of 3rd and 10, it's now 3rd and 25.
I was going to say do the math, but you had it done already.
Well, we try. Had to get out both the toes and the fingers for that one. 2 receivers split out either side, out of the shotgun. Glasper, no ready to throw to. He's going to check it underneath. He's got some room coming left side. Gets down inside and out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Chased out of bounds there by Mason Browning. And Reynolds also over there. They're going to spot him down at the, 31. So a pickup of 10 yards for Glasper, but they still need another 15. And it's punt formation for the Mountaineers. Kesey, the receiver, handles the punting duties. He's going to roll out. He's going to pooch it on the far side. He's got it landing at the 8-yard line. It rolls out of bounds at about the 6. They're going to spot it at the 7. So nice little pooch punt there for the Mountaineers. It'll be long field for the Battlin Bears on their second possession. We've got a immediate timeout. We'll take one as well. 5:34 left in the first quarter of play. Battlin Bears on top of the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers. It's homecoming 2024. You're catching all the action on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel.
north end of the playing field. Jace Mira.
Back here at Herb Klindt Field, it's the 2024 homecoming game for the Battlin Bears of Rocky Mountain College. They lead the Mountaineers of Eastern Oregon 6-0 after the 8-play, 69-yard drive that ended in a 40-yard strike from Graydon Buell to De Niro Killian Jr. Point after attempt was blocked, and then the ensuing drive for Eastern Oregon, they marched down the field 11 plays. However, a couple of key penalties pushed them backwards, and they weren't able to convert on fourth down. So Rocky will have it 1st and 10 from their own 7-yard line. 5:34 left. Handoff goes to Rooney, and Rooney found a hole, gets up to the 16-yard line. Gain of 9. Check that. That was not Rooney. That was Kyan Jesperson. Gain of 9 yards that time around on his 3rd carry of the afternoon. Jesperson, the 5'11", 210-pound redshirt freshman out of Idaho Falls. And that is his 3rd carry of the afternoon, his 18th on the season. Coming up on 5 minutes to go in the first quarter of play. 2 receivers. Warner on the left. Now Dwyer will come up and line in the slot right side. He's got Waddell to his right. Pass to Killian Jr. fired in at the 28-yard line. He gets it up to the 30. That'll be a gain of 14 yards and a 1st down. 2nd reception of the afternoon for Jr. And that is another 1st down for the Battlin Bears.
Bears shifted one of their wide receivers over to the right-hand side of the field that time. They caught Eastern Oregon in man-to-man defense, which opened up that spot in the middle there for the received pass and the 1st down.
All the Battlin Bears 1st downs coming via the air so far this afternoon. 1st and 10 from the 30. Pass on the left-hand side is complete at the 35-yard line. The Killian Jr., he gets ahead to the 37-yard line there on the Rocky sideline before he's taken out of bounds. So gain of 7 yards. We'll bring up 2nd down and 3.
7 on the play. We'll bring up a 2nd down and 3. Battlin Bears.
That time Eastern Oregon backed off in their zone defense, and Rocky just took what they could give them. Good gain on the play. Brings up 2nd down.
Graydon Buell. Already 5 of 6 passing for 82 yards and a touchdown. 2 receivers right side. Handoff goes to Rooney. Rooney met at the line of scrimmage, pushed backwards. Matter of fact, they're going to say he lost a yard on the carry. There were a number of Mounties in on that stop.
Nehemiah Bedrano was the first number I saw come up off the bottom of the pile for the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers. Right now, Eastern Oregon is getting good penetration on their defense. And so Rocky is pretty much going to have to work through the air to gain yardage here.
All right, rolling out to his left is Buell. A nice little shovel pass on ahead to Dwyer at the 40-yard line. It should be enough for the 1st down. We'll see. Nope, they're going to move the chains. And good presence of mind there by Graydon. Get away from trouble.
A little bit of Peyton Manning out there by Graydon Buell that time as he was being tackled. And
quick pass to Dwyer here on the slot right side. He gets up to the 45-yard line before he is stopped.
Both teams are using no-huddle offenses right now, so it's kind of a race to keep up with them here.
Graydon Buell, 7 of 8 passing for 93 yards and a touchdown here. And this is only the 2nd drive of the afternoon for the Battlin Bears. 2 receivers to the left. Handoff goes to Rooney. Rooney fake going right, went straight up the gut, gets it over the line of scrimmage on ahead to the 47-yard line for a gain of 2. That negates the 2 carries he had for a yard loss respectively. So he's got 3 carries for no yards gained so far. Graydon Buell last week, Dave, was held 13 of 28 passing for 121 yards against the Saints 2 weeks ago. And we got a flag coming in from the line judge and a false start going to be called against the Battlin Bears.
Eastern Oregon does a lot of that on the line there, the defensive line. A lot of movement before the snap, trying to draw the offense offside. That time it worked for a 5-yard penalty. Makes a manageable 2-yard 3rd and 2, now 3rd and 8.
Got 1:35 and counting here in the first quarter. Battlin Bears, their second possession of the game. They lead 6-0 over the Mountaineers of Eastern Oregon. Taking the snap is Buell after he clapped his hands. He's got pressure. He's rolling out, fighting for his life. He's going to throw it to the far sideline. It'll go out of play. And that was a fend off for your life there, as Tyler Exline was the leading rusher there for the Mounties, a 6'1", 260-pound senior out of Banks, Oregon. And that incomplete pass, only the second incomplete pass of the afternoon for Graydon, but that'll force a punt.
So Parker Robinson goes back to receive the punt. He'll set up at about his 25-yard line. Mountaineers should get some good field position out of this punt. Let's see what happens here.
Here is Weston's punt, another booming punt. That one spiraling this time. Takes a rocky bounce. It's going to go inside the 5, and it's going to be downed at the 2-yard line. Great job there by James Mozon the third. They're going to flag down back at the 35-yard line, but special teams getting down there and downing the ball at the 3. Let's see if the penalty keeps it there or makes it half the distance to the goal.
It's in an area where it could be a block in the back on the part of the receiving team.
Personal foul. Hit away from the ball. Number 19 on the receiving team. Half the distance from the end of the kick. Personal.
So it turns out to be about a half-yard penalty.
Yard and a half.
Yard and a half, yeah.
It's already the third penalty called against the Mountaineers. So Rocky is going to be, or excuse me, the Mountaineers going to get the ball at their own 1.5-yard line, as they will have to go 98.5 yards for pay dirt. 1:10 to go here in the first quarter of play. Glasper has a man on his right hip. I believe that's McMillan. Clapped his hands. There's a delay on the call. Now pointing out to McMillan on the left-hand side. Here's the snap. Glasper fakes the handoff. Glasper looking down the field here on the near sideline. Pass is caught in the air by Spurrier. Spurrier on ahead to the 47-yard line. That'll be actually going to spot it at the 46. So that'll be a gain of 45 yards and a first down.
Well, go for it. Roll the dice and see what happens if you're Eastern Oregon. Quickly up off the huddle. They're ready to go.
First down through the air. There's going to be a pass completed to Kesey. Kesey cutting across the field left to right. Gets away from one defender. Gets it down inside the 40. We've got a whistle and a flag down as the player is brought down initially at the 38, but this is coming backwards.
Ineligible man downfield. Number 15 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
It said number 15, Malachi Spurrier.
Spurrier. That is never what a head coach will want to see, and I'm sure Coach Camp is, first of all, having a discussion with the officials, but he is now expressing his displeasure to the line judge here.
Spurrier's listed as a wide receiver.
So it should be illegal unless he wasn't lined up properly on the line. Trips right side. Glasper looks left, rolls out to his right. Glasper's got pressure. Browning was there applying the second pressure. Pass goes incomplete. And on top of Browning, first man there, Peters, the first man in the backfield. No, that was Jabari Madison Jr. I have to disagree with our public address announcer. Nevertheless, it'll bring up 2nd and 15 from their own 41-yard line. 6.3 left in the first quarter of play. Glasper takes the snap out of the shotgun. Glasper, quick pass to McMillan. McMillan's going to be ridden down. Well, finally the defender let him go as Cade Reynolds made the stop. Got up to the 39-yard line, a gain of a yard, and that'll be the final play here in the first quarter of play. 6-0 our score. Rocky Mountain College on top of Eastern Oregon after one. We'll take a timeout. Come back for the second quarter. You're watching all the action on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Welcome back to Herb Klindt Field. Start the second quarter of play alongside Dave Riley. Kyle Riley with you for the play-by-play. Eastern Oregon switches sides of the field. It is 3rd down and 17 from their own 39-yard line. They are trailing 6-0 after the opening drive for Rocky went 69 yards in 8 plays in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Glasper under pressure. Glasper airs it out down the right sideline, and that one was out of bounds. Kesey had a little pushing action going on there with the defender, and he was out of bounds, incomplete, no possibility for that pass to be caught, so no pass interference opportunity there. And the Kesey, after running 40 yards down the field, is not going to have to punt it away.
Mountaineers will be number 83, Colton Kesey. Back deep for the Battlin Bears will be number 7, Kason Barnett.
Kason Barnett is back to receive the punt. He will take it at the 23. He was hit immediately by Cole Martin and got away from the shoestring tackle, but was only able to get up to the 24-yard line before the second Mountaineer got there. So the Bears have it for the 3rd time this afternoon, Dave, and they have looked pretty good so far.
Yeah, and they're going to start out with decent field position. As I said, the big problem for Rocky Mountain College is they have not been able to establish their run game. Good penetration by the Eastern Oregon defense has kept the line of scrimmage pretty much neutral here in this ball game.
Well, the 2 of the 4 ranked teams in the Frontier Conference are taking each other on in Caldwell, Idaho, and at halftime, I have the score there, 13-10. College of Idaho on top of the Orediggers of Tech at the half in Caldwell. Hand off to Rooney. Rooney cuts towards the west side of the field before he tries to cut upfield, and was strung out, but for no good opportunity as he is back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
Yeah, it'll be 2nd down and 10 yards to go, and he was lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. He had a couple of Eastern Oregon Mountaineers on him out there in the flat.
Trips left side, 1 receiver right side. We've got Waddell, Killian Jr., and looks like Dwyer here on the left side. Buell Fakes the handoff. Pass intended for Killian Jr. That was out in front of him, and it was nearly picked off by Aiden Patterson.
Intended for Mario Killian Jr.
Almost looked like Killian was held at the line of scrimmage a little bit.
He was raising his hands as though he was looking for a flag there. Killian Jr. will now line up to the right. No huddle as the players look over to the offensive coordinator on the sideline. 3rd and 10 from their own 24-yard line. Third possession of the game for the Battlin Bears. They lead 6-0 as they're going south for the first time this afternoon. Buell under pressure, gets away. Buell tosses it down the sideline, and that'll be out of bounds. His intended receiver was Ben Rooney, but Buell was fighting, running for his life, and is able to get the pass away, but not get it off cleanly, and so couldn't find Rooney there. And after starting 7 of 8 passing, Buell has now had 3 incomplete passes in a row, and this will be the first 3 and out of the afternoon for the Battlin Bears.
He was flushed out of the pocket that time and really running for his life when he threw the ball downfield. Actually, not a bad throw.
No? It was out of bounds a couple yards, so Rooney couldn't have a chance to catch it down the sideline. Shaw Blaine is the man back to receive, and he is backpedaling to the 25 to take it. Gets all the way back to the 20, gets away from the initial defender, and gets it back up to the 35-yard line. Ran about 20 yards for what will end up being about a 10-yard gain.
Somebody got his shoestring there, and he just was just able to stay upright and was able to get himself another 15 yards on the return. So Eastern Oregon now has a pretty good field position. 35-yard line is where it'll be for 1st and 10.
Timeout on the field. We'll take one as well. 13:39 left in the first half. Rocky on top of the Mountaineers by 6. Back in a moment on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Come back for the timeout. Frontier Conference with 4 ranked teams in this week's NAIA Top 25 poll. Montana Western with a ranked number 4 in the conference. They are 3-0. Montana Tech is ranked 10th. They're also 3-0. Southern Oregon are 3-0 on the season. They've yet to play a conference game. But they are ranked 14th. And then the College of Idaho, as we mentioned, they are playing Tech at this point. College of Idaho ranked 19th in this week's poll. 1st and 10 from their own 35-yard line. First possession of the second quarter for the Mountaineers. They trail 6-0. Trips left side. Ball on the right hash mark. Fake the handoff. Pass over the middle. It's complete. And nobody was on him at midfield. That was Malachi Spurrier, finally caught from behind at the 25-yard line. That'll be a gain of 40 yards and a first down.
Again, Rocky in the zone defense that time, and good job by Eastern Oregon as they were able to put somebody in the seam.
Quickly into Battlin Bear territory. 2 receivers left side, 1 to the right. Here's the handoff to McMillan. McMillan and Mishley met in the backfield by John Aragon, and then finally wrapped up as he was brought down in part by Anthony Hernandez and Daniel Dominguez in there on the stop. It'll be a loss of a yard. McMillan's 5th carry of the afternoon. 2nd and 11 from the 26. Man in motion is Brody McMillan. He'll cut out to the left side. Pass over the middle is complete at the 23, and being driven backwards is Tanner Sweek. And give him forward progress to the 23, a gain of 3.
Short gain for the Mountaineers.
Quincy Glasper has completed his last 2 passes. I've got him 6 of 10 passing for 98 yards on the afternoon. Mountaineers, 3rd and 8 from the Rocky 23-yard line. Down to 15 seconds on the play clock. 11:53 and counting here in the first half. Trips left side, 1 split out to the right. Glasper takes it out of the gun. Glasper looking to the end zone, and that's going to be a penalty as the intended receiver was Kesey. And Kesey had the defender over there that I think made contact too early. I believe that's going to be called on Mykylum Castile, the 5'10", 175-pound sophomore defensive back.
For the previous spot, first down.
And that is the second pass interference penalty called against the Battlin Bears this afternoon, Dave. 3rd penalty of the afternoon overall. But that's going to move the Mountaineers into the red zone.
They called it a 15-yard penalty, but it was at the 23, so
1st and goal from the
13.
8, it should be. Or 1st and goal from the, no, it's at the 25. It was a handoff, or keeper, by Glasper. Goes around left side. Glasper gets it down to the 8-yard line, a gain of 2.
Jabari Madison Jr. on the initial bid.
Jabari Madison Jr. in on the stop for the Battlin Bears.
Number 6, helmet off. He has to go out for 1 play.
Helmet came off for Glasper, and he's going to have to come out for a play. So quickly on in his place is Elijah Kirisamasi. The 6', 206-pound junior out of Spring Valley, California, played for Grossmont College before coming to Eastern Oregon. 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line. Trips right side. Kirisamasi. Pass over the middle is complete to Spurrier at the 5. Spurrier triple teamed there by Rocky defenders. Gets it down to the 3 for a gain of 8.
Kirisamasi is complete to number 83, Colton Kesey.
That was Spurrier on the
Bring it
catch.
a 3rd down and goal.
Gain of 5 yards. 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. And Kirisamisi is still out there on the field. And wow, handoff to Brody McMillan, and McMillan was upended by Aragon. John Aragon said, "You're not going anywhere," and put him into the turf.
Number 8, tackle for the Mountain Bears.
Loss of a yard.
Reporting in will be number 86.
John Aragon is a big man, 6'1", 270. And on to attempt what will be a 22-yard field goal. Here's the kick. The ball makes it through the uprights. As it was not 83, it was 86.
Bears 6.
6-3 our score after the 22-yard field goal kicked by, I don't even have an 86 on my roster. We'll find out who it is. It is 6-3. Bears on top. Back after this timeout on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel.
McLaren.
Well, Dave, I found it. Quinn McLaren is the kicker for
Jack Waddell.
the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers. The two deep had it, although, as we were talking off air, the two deep, a little small print, so I had to go searching for it, and he wasn't on the roster because they didn't provide a full roster to our sports information director, Brandon Stinson, so he had to try and type things up last minute. There's going to be a kickoff to Waddell. Jack Waddell took it at the 5. He'll get it up all the way across the 20 to the 26-yard line. Nice return of 21 yards for Waddell as the Battlin Bears will get it for the second time here in the second quarter, leading by 3.
First and 10, Battlin Bears. Ball be placed on
Well,
the
Dave, they were forced to go 3 and out for the first time around last possession. And as you've mentioned, the running game, they've had a hard time getting that going so far this afternoon against this Mountaineers defense. 2 receivers split out to the right side, 1 to the left. First and 10, they spot it at the 27-yard line. 2 men in the backfield. Rooney goes in motion. Fake the handoff to Jesperson. Pressure again, and Buell rolling out. Buell throwing it out of bounds into the Rocky bench. He got outside the tackle box as there were 2 Mountaineers back there on defensive coverage. First one, Jonas Waugh, and the other man that was getting in there was Tyler Exline. So it'll be second down and 10 from the 27. Again, twin receivers right side, 1 to the left, handoff to Rooney. Nope, going to be a keeper by Buell. He faked the handoff. Buell tries to stiff arm man at the 30 and gets up to the 32-yard line for a gain of 5. He was chased there by Nehemiah Madrano and gets 5 yards. It'll be third down and 5 from the 32-yard line. Battlin Bears leading by 3 points after the 22-yard field goal by Quinn McLaren. Waddell comes in motion, comes set left side. 2 receivers right side. Looks to be Killian Jr. and Dwyer in the slot. Buell, it's got some running room. Buell across the 35. Buell gets his way up to the 39-yard line. That'll be a gain of 7 yards and move the chains for the Battlin Bears.
Again, the coverage in the backfield for Eastern Oregon, pretty good here in this ball game in the first half, as Buell has not had that many targets to pass to, but doing a pretty good job with his legs to get him first down.
First rushing first down of the afternoon for the Battlin Bears. First and 10 from the 39-yard line. 2 receivers left side, 1 split out to the right. Buell again working out of the gun. Takes the snap after the clap. He had a Jesperson on his right hip. Buell nowhere to pass it downfield. Tucks it under, gets it up to the 40-yard line for a gain of 1, and that is once again on the stop, Madrano for the Mountaineers out of Prosser High School. Prosser, Washington, outside of the Yakima area. So we'll bring up second down and 9. Team looking over to the Rocky sideline. And got players honking horns and making golf swings, and got 4 different players there, so try and throw off who is actually making the play call. Hand off Kyan Jesperson, and Kyan got a hole. Right side, gets across the 45, up to the 49, still on his feet. He gets across midfield and is taken out of bounds at the 49-yard line for a gain of 11 yards and a first down.
Ran about 100 yards to get that 11 yards. From one side of the field clear to the other side.
First and 10, Battlin
And so back-to-back rushing first downs for the Battlin Bears. Kyan Jesperson has 4 carries for 21 yards on the afternoon. Jesperson, the 5'11", 210-pound redshirt freshman out of Idaho Falls. He's got 2 carries for 9+ yards out of his 4. Fake the handoff to Rooney. Buell under pressure again. Buell's got a little time now. Rolls to his right. Buell's going to tuck it under, take it towards the far sideline, go out of bounds. Hit that after he got out of bounds, and there's the flag coming in. That'll be a late hit against the Mountaineers. And that'll march off 15 yards from the end of the run, which the ball was spotted down at the 46. So, or no, 45. A gain of 4 on the rush by Buell, his 5th of the afternoon.
Actually marked it down at the 44.
Late hit, number 96.
Oh.
15 yards from the end of the run. First down.
So from the 44, that should take it down to the 29 if the math still works. 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line for the Battlin Bears. They lead 6-3, 6:50 to go in the first half of play. Graydon Buell has man on his right hip. That is Rooney. Rooney takes the handoff, spins, and goes up the gut to the 27-yard line. We'll call it a gain of 2 on his 5th carry of the afternoon. 2nd and 8. Battlin Bears looking over to that sideline once again. 2 receivers left side. Waddell wide to the left. In the slot is Dwyer. Killian Jr. line up to the right side. Make the handoff to Rooney. Pass over the middle, complete to Dwyer at the 15. Dwyer keeps his feet, tries to cut towards the goalpost, and gets it down to the 13-yard line. A gain of 14 yards and a first down for the Battlin Bears.
Result of the play will be a Rocky Mountain College.
Good job to split the zone defense of the Mountaineers.
1st and 10 from the 13-yard line of the Mountaineers. Here's the snap to Buell. Buell rolling out to his right. Pressure once again. Buell looking to the end zone. Nothing there. It's going to throw it out of bounds. Halfway up the berm there on the left side of Herb Klindt Field. And one gentleman who was sitting there on the berm, he's like, oh, should I go after the football? But somebody picked it up for him. So
You please report to the green 10.
that again, the defensive front 7 for Eastern Oregon causing some problems for Graydon Buell this afternoon.
And again, the coverage has been really good for Eastern Oregon on their defense as well.
5.5 to go in the first half of play. 6-3 our score. Battlin Bears with the ball, leading by 3. 2nd and 10 from the Eastern Oregon 13-yard line. Hand off to Rooney. Rooney inside the 10, down to the 5-yard line. Ran hard on that one, and they're actually going to spot him down at the 6. So a gain of 7 for Ben Rooney on his 6th carry of the afternoon. Will bring up 3rd down and about 3 yards to go for the first down.
Ball's placed on the 7-yard line.
5 minutes to go in the second quarter of play. Trips right side for the Battlin Bears. Donovan Clinton is lined up, the innermost receiver there. We've got 2 receivers left side as well. Dwyer goes in motion. Hand off to Dwyer on the end around. Dwyer gets down inside the 5. Dwyer is going to be stopped right at the 5-yard line. They needed 3, and he got a yard. So it'll be 4th down, Dave. They converted on the last one, of course, right here. You wonder if they will kick the field goal. Looks like they're going to try and go for it.
Looks like they're going to go for it. I don't see the kicking team coming out on the field.
4th and 2 from the 5-yard line. Rooney comes back out onto the field. Down to 10 seconds on the play clock. Buell got the play now. Down to 5 on the play clock. Rooney lines up on his left hip with 2 seconds left. Rooney takes the handoff. Rooney gets it down to about the 3. It looks like the official on the far side is going to spot him down at the 4. That'll be a gain of a yard, but they needed 2. The Mountaineers defensive unit signaling that they held, but see, and they did. Needed 2 yards, only got 1.
Good job by Eastern Oregon as they held inside the red zone. And they'll take over 1st and 10 from their own 4-yard line with 3:57 to go in the half, down by 3 to the Battlin Bears.
So the Mounties Defense holds on 4th and 2.
The women's golf team from 23-24 to report there as well.
2 receivers split out to the left side, 2 to the right side. Glasper back on the field. He had to take the last 2 plays off of the previous drive. He's going to keep it. He slides feet first up to the 15-yard line. Gain of 11 yards and a first down. It should be anyway. Oh, they're going to spot him down, at the
2nd down and 2 Mountaineers.
12-yard line. 2nd and 2. Pass complete to Spurrier at the 15. Spurrier gets away from the initial defender. He's finally brought down by Browning. But he gets up to the 21-yard line, a gain of 9 yards and a first down. Going to be a handoff that time around. Brody McMillan gets it up across the 25-yard line. They're going to spot it down at the 26, a gain of 5. Clock continues to wind here, 2:45 and counting. 2 receivers split out to the left and to the right. Glasper drops back. Glasper's got time. Now, feeling pressure. He's going to run it up the middle. Glasper gets across the 35, gets it up to the 38-yard line. Ball came loose. Lineman and the side judge both come in, but they are signaling it is recovered by the Mountaineers. And that's up to the 38-yard line. That'll be a gain of 12 yards and a first down. By my count, the 6th first down of the afternoon for Eastern Oregon. Whistle, we got a timeout. Oh, this is our 2-minute timeout that we have new to the NAIA. So we'll take one with 2 minutes to go in the first half. 6-3 our score. Battlin Bears on top. The Mountaineers back in a moment on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Does it go on and on and on, Dave?
Pretty much.
2 minutes left here in the first half of play. Battlin Bears on top of the Mountaineers, 6-3, homecoming 2024. Eastern Oregon will have it 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. When we come back for the timeout, we got an update from Caldwell, end of the 3rd quarter. Number 10, Montana Tech has taken the lead 17-13 over the 19th ranked Yotes of the College of Idaho. Again, Frontier with 4 top 25 ranked teams just tells you the strength of this conference. And as you said, it's not a clear-cut front-runner in this year's conference.
Final 2 minutes of the first half, 6-3. Rocky has the lead. Eastern Oregon with the ball.
1st and 10 from the 38. 2 receivers split out either side. Glasper pumping it deep down the middle. Glasper's got Spurrier just beyond his outreached right arm. If he would have been able to bring that in, I think he would have been caught short of the goal line, but it would have been a huge pass completion of 50-plus yards.
Yeah, he was diving for it at the end. He would have been down by after he caught the ball, had he caught it, but Nice throw by the quarterback, but he led him by about a yard and a half.
2nd and 10 from the 38 after the incomplete pass. Clock stopped with 1:54 left in the first half of play. Glasper looks quick pass out here on the right side. Goes to Parker Robinson. And that gets it up to the 45, a gain of 7. We got a Rocky player down. Is that Mr. Aragon? It is. So that'll stop the clock with the official timeout. 1:40 to go. And Aragon, looks like they are looking at his left leg as Coach Stutz comes out now, along with the trainer who has already been out there. .140 to go in the first half of play. 6-3 our score. Battlin Bears on top of the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers by 3. Battlin Bears took the opening drive 69 yards in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. It was a 1st and 10, 40-yard touchdown pass from Graydon Buell to to De Niro Killian Jr. And the point after attempt was blocked to make it 6-0 with 10:38 left in the first. Eastern Oregon took their opening possession into Rocky territory, but an offensive pass interference pushed them backwards and forced them having to punt. Rocky then took a sustaining drive that they had to punt away after 8 plays. And then Eastern Oregon was forced to a 3-and-out. Rocky forced to a 3-and-out to start the second quarter. And on the ensuing drive, Eastern Oregon would go 4 plays, 61 yards, and score on a 22-yard field goal by Quinn McLaren. We're back from the timeout as Aragon is off the field. Good to see him get off. Again, under his own power. 3rd and 3 from the 45-yard line. Glasper out of the gun. Glasper, quick pass down the right sideline, and again, over the head of the intended receiver, Spurrier. Seems to be his favorite receiver here this afternoon. I've got him already with 7 looks on the afternoon. But that'll bring up 4th down and 3, and the Bears defense holds, Dave.
So the Bears are going to get the ball back with 1:35 to go in the half, barring a fake punt here.
Kason Barnett back to receive the punt, standing at his own 18-yard line. Or excuse me. Yeah, that's Kason Barnett. Spiraling punt coming up. Kason lost it, and Eastern Oregon recovers. Special teams comes up with it for the Mountaineers. It's recovered by Michael Lemke, the 6-foot, 190-pound sophomore out of Burbank, Washington. And that is unfortunate for the Battlin Bears.
1st and 10 Mountaineers. Ball be placed on the 21-yard line.
They will recover it at the 21-yard line. Kason Barnett was trying to come up to make a catch on this short punt and got a hand on it, could not bring it in. So 1st and 10 from the 21. Pitch out to Brody McMillan. McMillan cutting left side, got a flag from the umpire in the backfield. This one I believe is going to come back. Usually indicative of a holding penalty.
Holding, 11 on the offense, 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Replay 1st down.
10 yards from the spot of the foul. Will replay 1st down on the holding penalty, the 6th penalty of the afternoon called against Eastern Oregon. They trail by 3, 1:21 left.
Our cheer team is going to perform. First down, Mountaineers, 1st and 15.
1st and 15 from the 28-yard line now. Ball on the left hash mark. 2 receivers on the right side. Long count there by Glasper. He finally gets it. Glasper under pressure is not going to be able to get away.
For a loss
Mason Browning in to finish him off, along with, I believe that was Madison Jr. Yeah, Jabari Madison Jr., but we had another Rocky defender in there initially. And he's brought down at the 33-yard line, a loss of 5 on the first sack of the afternoon for the Battlin Bears.
Rocky Mountain College has partnered with Urk Hotels for all of the 23-24 streaming season. Based in Missoula, Montana, Urk Hotels has been managing and developing lodging properties in the Northwest region for more than 30 years. With their partners and investors, they have developed and built hotels in Montana, Washington, and Idaho. And they currently manage some 900 guest rooms, 22,000 square feet of conference space. At Urk Hotels, they're dedicated to serving their people and properties, inspiring a culture of exceptional hospitality and delivering maximum value to their investors and partners. So thank you to Urk Hotels for your support of Rocky Mountain College athletics. Minute 16 to go in the half. Rocky up by 3. Eastern Oregon will have it second down and about a mile and a half to go for the first down.
Trips right side, and they break a triangle formation. Pass to the left side, bounced off of the defender Tanner Sweek. The Mountaineers sidelines wanting a penalty call there. No flags come in. Brown on the coverage for the Battlin Bears.
Both defender and the offensive player had a fistful of each other's jersey there. The referees figured it was a draw.
3rd and 22 from the 33-yard line. Trips right side, 1 to the left. 1:11 to go in the first half of play. Eastern Oregon with the ball, trailing by 3. Here's the snap to Glasper. Glasper looking down the right side, and that was over the head of Spurrier. It was almost like Spurrier was expected to do a hitch and go, and he never goes. Went after the hitch.
He made a signal as he was headed back to the huddle. Hey, I was going left. You went right.
Ball ended up about 7 feet beyond any player, or 7 yards, I should say. So here's the Trips right side lined up in the triangle. And we got 4th and 22, and a timeout's going to be called. Battlin Bears say, hey, we got 65 seconds left. Let's see if we can do something here with the forthcoming stop. So they stop the clock with 1:05 left, leading 6-3 Eastern Oregon. It's 4th and 22 from the 33-yard line. Other games going on this afternoon, Dave, in the Frontier Conference. We already told you Tech and College of Idaho, they had a noon Mountain Time start, and Tech is leading after 3, 17-13. Montana Western is on the road at Southern Oregon. Those are the other 2 top-ranked 25 teams. That one gets underway, got underway about 20 minutes ago. And then coming up tonight, Carroll College on the road at Arizona Christian. That's a 7 p.m. Mountain start.
Under the lights.
Under the lights in Arizona. That's a good time to play in Arizona, when it's hopefully a little cooler, even though it is end of September. 65 ticks left. Now we've got a diamond formation here on the right side with 4 receivers. Glasper rolls to his right under pressure. Glasper's going to be brought down at the 46-yard line. He could not get away. Great stop by A.Q. Paternal. And the Battlin Bears will retake over at their own 45-yard line.
59 seconds to go in the half. A lot of time on the clock, Kyle, for the Battlin Bears to possibly put some points on the board.
They're going to say a loss of 13 on the second sack on this drive alone for the Battlin Bears. 59 seconds to go. 54 yards, starting at their own 46-yard line. Buell, quick pass. It's complete into Mountie territory and down to the 45. Eric Lira back out on the field. Good to see. And they stop the clock. Rocky calls the timeout. There's a pass completion for 9 yards. So the Battlin Bears looking to see if they can get some points here on the board.
women's
Remember,
golf team.
Eastern Oregon won the toss but deferred to the second half, so the Mountaineers will have the ball to start the second half of play.
Good crowd on hand. A lot of folks from Oregon here in town for the game today, down below us. And we've got, we're on the YouTube channel, and SWX is here, broadcasting on their channel.
It is Homecoming 2024. They're going to have the Athletics Hall of Fame honoring at halftime, and then Rocky Women's 2023 Conference Championship golf team is going to be honored, as well as a cheer performance. We're going to have an interview from Donovan Klindt, who interviews Jasper Juma, coming up at the half as well. Rolling out to his left now is Buell. Buell looking for Dwyer. It's caught at the 32-yard line. Dwyer will go out of bounds to stop the clock. They're going to spot it at the 33, a gain of 12 yards, and move the chains for the Battlin Bears.
Rocky Mountain College, first down.
Quickly moving down the field.
3-yard line.
Clock stopped. They've only had 13 seconds go off the clock. It's 1st and 10 from the 33. 2 receivers right side, 2 receivers left side. Buell again working out of the gun. He's got Rooney on his left hip. Buell takes the snap. Buell looking left, nothing there. Buell gets away from the defender. He's going to tuck it down inside the 20. Buell still on his feet, following a blocker. Buell inside the 10, the 5. He cuts the pylon in. Will he get in? No signal. Touchdown! Finally, the field judge. He waited about 5 seconds to make the call. Graydon Buell got up. He signaled touchdown. He was able to reach the pylon in the northeast corner of the south end zone to give Rocky a 12-3 lead.
Yeah, Buell put the ball right on the orange marker there at the goal line. And the referee had to think about it a bit. He was looking at it, playing it over in his mind to see, did that really happen?
Okay, so they have called a timeout to get the ruling on the touchdown as to whether he crossed or hit the pylon before he went down. So we'll wait and see. We do not have TVs to see the replay. They go down to the tent that is there beyond the south end zone.
Advisory Council have been walking around selling 50-50 tickets.
Now, the call on the field is a touchdown, so at this point, they'd have to come up with clear evidence that he was down before the touching of the pylon with the ball.
50 tickets.
If it stands, it would be a 33-yard touchdown run for Graydon Buell. He did a great job to get away from the initial pressure, but we'll see if he's going to get to keep it or if it'll be a 32-yard run and it'll be 1st and goal from inside the 1. Coach Stutzream is out. He's wanting a coach is pretty hot at the moment. He's talking with the head linesman.
Well, he's pretty much finding anybody he can to talk to about it to argue his case. However, it really doesn't matter. He can talk to everybody he wants to on the field. The 2 gentlemen down in the white tent are going to make the decision, and they're headed back out now, so they've decided what they're going to do here.
See if we can get the announcement from the referee.
After review, the runner fumbled the ball. The ball then hit the pylon by rule. That is a touchback. First down.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. What a change of events. As they say, Buell fumbled the ball short of the goal line, and then it hit the pylon, which then by rule is a touchback, and it will be Eastern Oregon football. Wow. Looked like Rocky was going to put 7 more points on the board, at least 6. And instead,
After the play, we have unsportsmanlike on the Eastern Oregon coaches. for showing the iPad to an official. That'll be half the distance to the goal.
Well, there's one that wouldn't have been called 20 years ago. Eastern Oregon called for an unsportsmanlike conduct as they showed the iPad to the official saying, hey, he fumbled the ball. So they mark off 15 yards. It'll be 1st and 10 now from their own 10 with 34 seconds left, and Eastern Oregon going to be content to run off the final seconds of the clock, starting deep in their own end zone, or deep in their own territory, I should say. And we will not have another play run off. So when it looked like it was going to be a 2-score lead for the Battlin Bears, it was overturned on the replay. That is new to the NAIA as well. And it does not go the Battlin Bears' way. We will go to the end of the first half of play. 6-3 our score on the Stockman Bank scoreboard. The Battlin Bears on top of the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers. It's homecoming 2024. We are now at the half. You're watching all the action on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Welcome back to Herb Klindt Field here in Billings. Our halftime score, 6-3. Battlin Bears on top of the Mountaineers at homecoming 2024. Battlin Bears, let's recap how they got that score. They lost the toss, but got the ball as Eastern Oregon deferred to start the ball game. And the Battlin Bears got the ball at their own 31-yard line. They marched down the field with multiple first downs, and on the 8th play of the drive, 1st and 10 from the Eastern Oregon 40-yard line, it was a perfect strike from Graydon Buell to De Niro Killian Jr. in the southwest corner of that north end zone to make it a 6-0 lead. The point after attempt was blocked by the Mountaineers. So it was 6-0 Bears with 10:38 left in the first quarter of play. As we mentioned, Eastern Oregon took the ensuing drive, and they marched down the field. They had an 11-play drive that got deep into Rocky territory before an offensive pass interference moved them back 15 yards, and they were not able to convert on third down, so they punted away. Rocky got it back at their own 7. Rocky actually got into Eastern Oregon territory on the ensuing drive before they had to punt it away to give Eastern Oregon the ball back with just 1:10 left in the first quarter. At the end of the first quarter, it was 6-0. Rocky with the lead. And Eastern Oregon on that second possession for them, they went 3 and out, giving the ball back to Rocky at the Battlin Bear 24-yard line. Rocky was forced to go 3 and out, and on the ensuing drive, it looked like Rocky was going to force a second 3 and out, or excuse me, in the next drive. Eastern Oregon started at their own 35-yard line. They would go 61 yards in 3 minutes and 49 seconds. It was a 22-yard field goal by Quinn McLaren to make it 6-3 our score. That came with 9:50 to go in the second quarter of play. It was the ensuing drive for the Battlin Bears. They started their own 27-yard line. 11 plays. They marched down into Mountaineer territory, but turned it over on the loss of downs on 4th and 2. They only got a yard. So Eastern Oregon got it back with 3:57 left in the second quarter, starting at their own 4-yard line. And it looked like they were going to be forced to 3 and out, but on the punt to the punt returner, Kason Barnett, Kason fumbled the ball. It was recovered by the Mountaineers at the Rocky 21-yard line, and they would try and march it in from 21 yards out, only to be turned over on the loss of downs on 2 consecutive sacks by the Battlin Bears. The last one stopped them at the 46-yard line of Rocky, and so that's where Rocky got it back. They had a quick strike for 12 yards to Dwyer to get into Eastern Oregon territory, but Rocky would end up having what appeared to be a 33-yard quarterback keeper on a scramble by Graydon Buell. It was overturned on the replay as it was determined that Buell fumbled the ball before the ball hit the pylon, and of course by rule it's a touchback for the Mountaineers. The Mountaineers took a knee to finish out the half. See if they have emailed me the official stats here for this game. As thanks to technology, they don't deliver the paper anymore. They just email things. But I have not seen it as of yet, so let's go to the unofficial halftime stats for the Battlin Bears, who lead 6-3. Wow, why is that showing Eastern Oregon and Tech? Okay, it's just got the wrong name there. We've got Rocky's stats. Graydon Buell is 10 of 16 passing for 125 yards and a touchdown. The long pass of 40 yards was the touchdown strike to De Niro Killian Jr., who has 4 receptions for 68 yards and the score here in the first half. Joseph Dwyer, 4 receptions for 34 yards, and Eric Lira has 2 catches for 23 yards in the first half. Rushing-wise, it has been Graydon Buell, the leading rusher, 6 attempts for a net of 54 yards. Kyan Jesperson has 4 carries for 24 yards. Ben Rooney, 7 carries for a net of 10 yards in the first half. And Joseph Dwyer, 1 carry on the end around for 2 yards of offense. There have been 2 fumbles for the Battlin Bears. De Niro Killian Jr. and Graydon Buell both lost the football. And that has given 2 turnovers to Eastern Oregon that they have not. Well, they converted on the. No, they did not convert on the fumble. Either fumble. So I took that back. Meanwhile, for the Eastern Oregon. Wow. Sorry, folks. Since I don't have the official stats emailed to me, I'm going off of the live stats off of the internet, but the teams read as Tech as the road team and Eastern Oregon as the home team. But it has the stats for our game, which is Eastern Oregon on the road, which is Rocky, and Tech as the road team, which is actually Eastern Oregon. So trying to work it all out, but here we got Quinn Glasper. He is 7 of 15 passing for 101 yards. He's been sacked twice. Elia Kirius Samasi came on and had 1 pass completion, or actually 2 pass completions for 14 yards there late in the first half. Receiving wise, leading receiver for Eastern Oregon is Malachi Spurrier, 4 receptions for 95 yards. Parker Robinson, 2 catches for 15 yards. And then Tanner Sweet has 2 receptions for 8 yards. And Brody McMillan, the running back, 1 reception for -3 yards. Meanwhile, on the ground, McMillan, 7 carries for 20 yards in the first half. Quinn Glasper, the quarterback, 7 carries for a net of 13 yards, as he has a couple of times that he's been sacked. And then Anthony Peterson, who got hurt there early on in the ballgame, has 2 carries for 4 yards in the first half of play. Team stat-wise, Rocky, 10 first downs in that first half as opposed to 9 for the Mountaineers. Oh, there they updated the teams, so I think Mr. Stinson might be watching and listening as we go here, but now the stats have gone away as they have reset. Let me see if I got an email. We'll check. We'll see. Oh, there it is. See, ask and ye shall receive. Thank you, Brandon. Here we go. Team stat-wise in the first half. Total offense, Eastern Oregon, 152 yards of total offense, 215 yards. And Zane Guzzi. Wow, Zane, thanks for making the correction there. He's gone on to bigger and better things, but he's still helping out the cause. Rocky with 215 total yards of offense here in the first half, 125 through the air, 90 yards on the ground. And for Eastern Oregon, 152 yards total offense, 115 through the air, and 37 yards on the ground. Taking a look at time of possession, it's pretty even matchup there. 15-25 for Rocky as opposed to 14-35 for Eastern Oregon. But Dave, the 2 fumbles lost by Rocky really makes a difference because it took away a touchdown.
Yeah, it took away a touchdown, but it also gave Eastern Oregon a chance to possibly take the lead at the end. But credit Rocky's defense as they held them back, and one of the sacks on the quarterback came at the end of the first half and put them out of field goal range because they were actually, after recovering that fumble, they were in an area where they could have attempted a field goal had they gotten down to, say, the 10-yard line.
Started at the Rocky 21, and they ended up going backwards and turning over the loss of downs at the 46. So, yeah, Rocky's defense played tough there in that series right before Rocky's last possession of the first half. We're going to go ahead and take a timeout. When we come back, we're going to have Donovan Clinton's interview with Jasper Juma as it's a part of the Bear Bites series. That's up next here. Our halftime score, 6-3. Battlin Bears on top of the Mountaineers. It's homecoming 2024. You're watching all the action on the Battlin Bears Rocky Athletics YouTube channel.
What's up, Rocky family? Welcome back to Bear Bites, where each week we spotlight Rocky's Athlete of the Week. I'm Donovan Klindt, and joining us today is someone who's been an anchor on our football team, specifically the defensive side of the ball, with over 30 tackles in just 13 games here at Rocky. He is Jasper Juma. JD, thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you, Donovan. Appreciate you for having me.
Of course, man. Of course. Now, as I mentioned, our defense has been doing well. We're third in the frontier in terms of total defense. Talk about the defense's success so far this season.
I think for us as a defense, it's very important just to lean on each other and rely on each other to all do our 111. By 111, we mean everybody does their job. In our defense, like in our scheme, everybody has one job to do, and we really trust on each other to do that job. And the outcome when we do that has been successful. There's obviously been things we can do better, but overall, I'm pretty happy with the way our defense has progressed so far.
Absolutely. Now, I know people hear the accent. You're originally from the Netherlands.
That is correct.
Talk about the motivation that's been that goes into you playing college ball so far away from that.
So I grew up loving sports. I grew up in the Netherlands. The number one sport in the Netherlands is soccer. So naturally, I grew up playing soccer, and I really enjoyed playing soccer. But as I got older, I was looking for a different challenge. I've always been into combat sports like boxing, mixed martial arts, and kind of that aggressive side to sports is something that has always drawn me. And for some reason, my high school at the time did a flag football clinic, and I truly fell in love with the sport. And then I found out, like, hey, there's another version of this where you can actually get after it and start tackling people. And I was like, man, that sounds awesome. And from there, the ball kind of started to roll, got selected for the national team under 19, was able to play some international tournaments all over Europe. And from there, my passion for the sport, like, I kind of got hooked, like I kind of got addicted to the sport. And from there, I knew that it was something I wanted to pursue. Obviously challenging being all the way on the other side of the world, a sport that is like predominantly played in the United States. So it was a challenge to get here, but my motivation is just, I felt like this sport came on my path for a reason. And it is just something that ever since the first time I played it, I can't stop thinking about it and just want to pursue it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, you're a senior.
That's correct.
This weekend. It's homecoming. Talk about what we got to do to get the W this weekend.
I think what we got to do to get the W this weekend is just play fundamental football. Both sides of the football, special teams, everybody do their job and really play a complete game. I think we've shown flashes as a football team of what we're capable of doing. I don't think we've really put it all together in one game. And I think that this Saturday would be a great opportunity in front of our great fan base to show what we're capable as, not just the defense, not just the offense, not just as a special teams unit, but as a complete team, Rocky Mountain College football team.
Yeah. Now, this last question is usually something a little goofy to get to know you, but I felt like it was important to talk about something you've done over the last couple of summers. You've been part of what we call the paint crew.
That is correct.
You and a couple of our teammates go around repainting some of the buildings around campus. Talk about that experience.
So, like you said, last year we had the opportunity over the summer to be the paint crew and help paint rooms and buildings on this campus. And we have successfully painted a lot of dorms all over campus. We started in the freshman dorms, Anderson, Whitehouse. I don't have the exact number, but we did a lot of rooms, Donovan. And then last year we also did Fort in the halls. And this year we had a chance to come back and do it again. And it was a great opportunity for us to give back to the school while also earning some money over the summer, which is always nice.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, man. We appreciate you very much.
Yes,
That's
sir.
all we have time for here today. Again, JD, thank you for joining us, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. As I said, it is homecoming weekend. Join us this weekend in your green and gold gear as we take on Eastern Oregon University Saturday at 1 o'clock here at home. I'm Donovan Klindt. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Back here at Herb Klindt Field, the Battlin Bears unit already out there running a few warm-ups before the start of the second half. As we have a halftime score of 6-3. Battlin Bears on top of the Mountaineers of Eastern Oregon. It is homecoming 2024. We do have some updated scores from around the Frontier Conference. They are in the fourth quarter with 10:05 left in regulation, and Tech is leading College of Idaho 31-25. That game happening in Caldwell this afternoon. It is 9:06 left in the second quarter down in Oregon as Southern Oregon, the Raiders, lead the Bulldogs 7-3 in that one. And then, of course, Carroll at Arizona Christian. That comes up tonight at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. Well, I was talking with Brandon Stinson both yesterday and today, our sports information director, and he is running around all over the place with soccer going on yesterday. We've got volleyball going on tonight. And, of course, got another half of homecoming football. Dave, what are your thoughts so far on this first half?
It was a defensive battle in the first half. Remains to be seen whether these teams are able to open things up a little bit. They've had a chance to look at each other for two halves. Any adjustments? I'm not really sure. Rocky needs to get their ground game going, because right now everything they've done is positive has been in the air, and you can't be a one-dimensional team against a team like Eastern Oregon. Eastern Oregon is a good team. They've put together a good first half. They're only down by 3. They had the ball at the end of the first half. They caused a turnover, got some good excellent field position, but Rocky's defense answered back, and hence we're set to go. It looks like Mountaineers are going to get the ball to begin the second half as Rocky is headed out on the field to kick the ball away.
For the Battlin Bears, they outgained the Mountaineers 215 yards to 152 yards of offense. And, of course, 32 of those yards on the ground for Rocky, which they are technically net 90 yards on the ground the first half, but 32 of them all for naught after Graydon Buell fumbled at the 1-yard line, trying to reach for the pylon there late in the second quarter. So here is Jason Weston, who has taken over kicking and punting duties for the Battlin Bears. He puts a leg into it, and it's taken at the 2-yard line by Parker Robinson. The return man gets up across the 15 to the 20-yard line, and Eastern Oregon will start with it at their own 20, 14-53. Here in the third quarter of play, they trail 6-3 to your Battlin Bears in homecoming 2024.
Shawley, number 29, on the tackle for the Battlin Bears.
Fun interview there with Donovan Clinton and Jasper Juma. Donovan got a job post-sports career after he is finished playing on the field. First and 10 from the 20-yard line. 3 receivers right side, 2 to the left. Nobody in the backfield except for Glasper. Glasper got some pressure. Firing over the middle at the 40. Caught in stride, and he is off to the races. Nobody is going to be able to catch Colton Casey. He will go in from 80 yards out, and Eastern Oregon has taken a 9-6 lead, extra point pending.
First play of the second half, and wide receiver had about a 4-yard lead on his defender as Rocky was in a man-to-man defense, and Eastern Oregon aired it out for 6 points to begin the second half.
Quinn McLaren is on to attempt the extra point. Snap. The kick is on its way, and it is good. And just like that, the Battlin Bears' 3-point lead turns into a 4-point deficit on the first play of the second half. An 80-yard touchdown strike from Glasper to Colton Kesey. And the point after attempt is good. 10-6 our score, Eastern Oregon on top. We'll be back after this on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Well, Dave, when you score from 80 yards out, it only takes one play and 12 seconds to give Eastern Oregon their first lead of the afternoon. The kickoff by McLaren. The kickoff return by Jack Waddell. A nice return up across the 30. Waddell finally brought down at the 35-yard line.
Brought down by number 30, Nehemiah
Medrano is the man who made the stop for Eastern Oregon on special teams. So Rocky, after leading all of the first half, now trailing on their first possession of the third quarter. After the 80-yard strike through the air from Quincy Glasper to Colton Kesey. Glasper, his previous longest was 79 yards. He bested it by a yard. 14:35 left in the third quarter. Pitch out to Rooney, and Rooney is caught. And Rooney is going to be brought down for a 5-yard loss as the stop was made by Max Prazer. Prazer, the 6', 205-pound senior out of Orondo, Washington. And Rocky starts out going the wrong way on their first possession of the second half. Two receivers left side, one split out to the right. That's Jack Waddell. Buell has Rooney on his left hip, standing at his own 25, 2nd and 15. And hand off to Rooney. He'll get back to the original line of scrimmage. And actually, they're going to credit him with another yard on top of that. So 6 yards back, negating the 5-yard loss a moment ago.
Rooney ran into his own blocker, able to recover, but by the time he did, short gain on the play. It's still going to be 3rd and long for Battlin Bears.
Flags are not moving here. Barely moving now here on the north end zone goalpost. It's 3rd down and 13 to go for the first down. And it's going to be a keeper by Buell. He'll get it up to the 40-yard line. Gain of 8.
Still short of the first down marker by about 4 yards. Looks like Rocky's going to have to punt it away. We've got a Rocky player down on the field.
Timeout.
And
Officials. This will also
to be one of the offensive linemen for the Battlin Bears. I believe that's Tyler Palm. And Palm was hurt earlier in this season. We did not see him in the game against MSU Northern, and I don't believe we saw him in the game up in Carroll as well. We were not at that game, but just from what I recall. But after the bye week last week, it was good to see him get out on the field once again. But he is down, being attended to by the training staff. Coach Stutz is over there as well. Tyler, a 6'4", 270-pound redshirt sophomore out of Laverne, California.
Well, again, we want to acknowledge Irk Hotels for their support of the streaming season here for 23-24, based in Missoula, Montana. Irk Hotels has been managing and developing lodging properties in the Northwest for more than 30 years. With their partners and investors, they've developed and built hotels in Montana, Washington, and Idaho, and currently have some 900 guest rooms, 22,000 square feet of conference space. Irk Hotels, supporting Rocky Mountain College Battlin Bears.
4th down and 5. The Battlin Bears are going to have to punt it away. Jason Weston has done a nice job handling both the kicking and punting duties this afternoon. Now we got a quick timeout. Coach Tim Camp for the Mountaineers. He saw something there. He calls the timeout. Stop the clock still with 13:07 left in the third quarter. Rockies' opening possession of the second half has been for naught so far. So that's a little interesting call there, Dave. Kind of curious.
Calling the timeout.
Yeah.
You wonder if Rocky didn't have something up their sleeve and the Eastern Oregon coach decided, hey, wait a minute, I'm going to talk this over a little bit here and think about it. Rocky normally a pretty conservative team. You don't see a lot of trick plays by the Battlin Bears. But here at home, they've given up the lead, down by 4 right now, 10-6 our score, with 13:07 on the clock in the third quarter, and a punting situation for the Bears.
Of course, the previous stoppage of play after the injury to Palm, who is off the field now, of course, that was an official timeout, so they had time to talk things over, but Eastern Oregon coach Tim Camp wanted to talk something over with his special teams unit. Here's Weston on to punt it away. Gets a good punt off from his own 29, and that's going to be backpedaling, and its ball is fumbled, and it's recovered by the Battlin Bears at the 15-yard line. The return man for Eastern Oregon, Shaw Blaine, bobbled the ball as it came to him at about the 13-yard line, and Lucas recovers for the Battlin Bears, and turnabout is fair play for Rocky.
Battlin Bears got good hang time that time on the punt. It was up in the air, and I think that the receiver from Eastern Oregon felt the rumble of feet coming at him, and I think he may have glanced downfield before he caught it, and the ball kind of shifted away from him, and it was knocked out in the open.
33 on the offense prior to the kick. 10-yard penalty.
Oh, Dave. The holding penalty called on the offensive unit prior to the kick that negates the fumble and the recovery. And so Rocky will have to punt it away from further in their own territory as the ball is backed up to the 30-yard line.
I don't think the Eastern Oregon coach was showing that iPad again on that play.
Chain gang's a little confused here as everybody was about to move. Now they realize the down and distance marker only needs to move because it's still fourth down. It's now 4th and 15 instead of 4th and 5. Well, that is unfortunate for the Battlin Bears special teams after they get the recovery of the fumble attempt by the return man Shaw Blaine for Eastern Oregon, and officials discussing here. Got to get the right football in. 4th down and 15. Ball spotted back at the 30-yard line. Mason Browning looks back, make sure that Jason Weston is ready to punt it away. This is an end-over-end punt. Not as good as the last one. It's going to bounce at the 35. It'll be downed as it is caught at the 35 by Rodney Mike. And that is where Eastern Oregon will take over at their own 35-yard line, now leading 10-6, 12:50 to go here in the third. They had the quick strike on their opening drive of the second half. An 80-yard touchdown pass from Quincy Glasper to Colton Kesey.
1st and 10 Mountaineers.
Oh, what might have been. Let's see if the Bears defense can stiffen up, force a 3-and-out of their own. Trips to the right side for the Mounties. One to the left side, that's Kesey. Glasper, nobody in the backfield with him. Actually, 2 receivers left side. That's why there's nobody in the backfield. Pass over the middle is caught at the 46 and up to midfield. The reception by Jonah Lejewski Blackham. And that is his first catch of the afternoon. The Rocky 49, so a 16-yard pass completion for the first down. Pump fake. Glasper's going to tuck it under now. Glasper trying to get away from the man catching him from behind was Reynolds, and Glasper finally brought down here at the 48 for a gain of a yard. Browning in on the stop that time around. 2nd down and 9 from the Rocky 48-yard line. Quick screen pass on the right-hand side. It's complete to Spurrier. Spurrier on ahead to the 46-yard line. Spurrier was met almost immediately.
And number 22.
AQ Paternal and McCallum Castile in on the stop that time around.
7.
I've got unofficially 10 of 18 passing for 199 yards and a touchdown strike for Quincy Glasper. 3rd down and 7 from the Rocky 46. Pass is in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Lejewski Blackham. And there was some good coverage there on the defender Kason Barnett as well.
Eastern Oregon.
And Rocky's defense did exactly what they needed to, a 3-and-out, Dave.
4th down. Looks like 7 yards to go for the first down for Eastern Oregon. And the punting team out there for the Mounties.
Back to receive is Kason Barnett, who had the fumble in the first half on a punt return attempt. That's going to go out of bounds, sailing. It's a nice catch there by one of the Rocky game day personnel at about the
On the near sideline will be 1st and 10.
9-yard line. It's going to be marked all the way back up as it was a kind of a liner punt went out of bounds. They're going to mark it at the 20.
Ball's
So-
going to be placed right on the 20-yard line. 1st and
Rocky
10 for
will-
Rocky.
Take over, trailing by 4.
Medium.
They're going to meet each timeout. Hey, let's take one as well. 11-11 left in the third. 10-6 our score. Eastern Oregon now on top of the Battlin Bears. You're watching all the action of Homecoming 2024 on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Well, we got an update from Caldwell. It is a barn burner between the Yotes of the College of Idaho and the Ore Diggers of Montana Tech. 37-all with 47 seconds left in regulation. And let's see if I can find out who has the ball as we come back from this timeout. It is 1st and 10 for the Battlin Bears from their own 20-yard line, trailing by 4. And they come back. Pass out on the right side. It is complete to Daryl Killian Jr. He gets up across the 25. He is met there on the swing pass. Good for 5 yards. First pass of the second half for Grid and Buell. Let's see here. Landon Smith rushed for 9 yards for a College of Idaho touchdown, and the point after attempt was blocked to tie it up at 37-all. Here's the carry this time around by Kyan Jesperson. He gets it up to the 30. That's good enough for 5 yards, Dave, and a Battlin Bear first down.
Well, he moved it on the ground. That's a good thing for Rocky is they got to get the ground game going here. And basically keep the ball away from Eastern Oregon in the process.
So, coming up on 10 minutes to go here in the third. 2 receivers right side. Buell out of the gun, fakes the handoff to Rooney. Buell looking to pass. It is behind Jack Waddell, but he's able to reach back and make the catch at the 41-yard line. A gain of 11 yards on a great catch by Jack Waddell. Move the chains for Rocky.
Not a 1st and 10 for the Bears as they have brought the ball up to the 41-yard line. 9:40 to go in the third quarter. 10-6. Eastern Oregon with the lead. Rocky on the move here at home.
First downs on consecutive plays for the Battlin Bears, trailing by 4. Handoff goes to Jesperson. Jesperson cuts right side as he was going to meet a man at about the 43. He gets up to the 44-yard line here on the near side. Gain of 3 yards on the carry by Jesperson, his 6th carry of the afternoon.
Pick up a 3 on the play.
Second down and 7 from the 44-yard line. 2 receivers left side, 1 to the right. Got a tight end left side as well. That is Clinton. Here's the snap. Buell rolling out to his left. Pressure. Buell, quick pass intended for Clinton, and it was just over the outstretched arms of Donovan.
Also a little bit behind him.
Was. That was a designed little rollout screen to the left.
Big third down play for Rocky.
I've got Graydon Buell, 12 of 18 passing for 144 yards and a touchdown on the afternoon. That came back in the first quarter of play. Rockies' only points to date as they trail now 10-6 after the touchdown on the opening drive of the second half for Eastern Oregon. Pass over the middle is caught by Jack Waddell at the 42-yard line. Eastern Oregon trying to signal that it was bobbled, but the official on the far side and the near side both say it's a catch up to the Mountaineer 39-yard line. That is good for
1st and 10, Battlin Bears.
That would be 17 yards on a first down. Carry straight ahead.
Right up the middle.
Rooney gets it down to the 35-yard line, a gain of 4.
Number 51, Henry Diaz.
Rooney's getting some hard-fought carries. This is 10th carry of the afternoon for 15 yards. Rocky looking over to the sideline. Rocky has not been in a huddle once this afternoon, have they? They always look over the sideline for the play call from the coaching staff. 2 receivers left side, 1 to the right. That's Jack Waddell. Rooney on the right hip. He'll get the handoff going between left guard and tackle. He's got a hole. Rooney inside the 20, the 15, the 10. And he is brought down at the 9-yard line by Jason Grant. But Ben Rooney, his largest rush of the afternoon, will go for 26 yards, and the Battlin Bear will have it 1st and goal.
Credit the Rocky line as they opened up a big hole on the left-hand side that time for Rooney to get through, and he made the most of it. 1st and goal from the 10-yard line.
That is Ben Rooney's longest rush of the season. It was previously 21 earlier this year. 26-yard scamper, Kyan Jesperson. He tried to get some positive yardage there, and he is brought down in the backfield for a loss as the stop made by Max Prazer. We've called his name a number of times. The senior out of Orondo, Washington, brings him down for a loss of 2. The carry by Jesperson, his 7th carry of the afternoon. So it'll be 2nd and goal from the 11. 6:40 and counting here in the third. Rocky down by 4. Looking to take the lead back. Trips right side. Looking to the end zone. There's a pass. It's on the fade, and no. Now we do have the flags come in. We're going to have pass interference against the Mountaineer defender out there. The intended receiver was Eric Lira, and Lira was tied up right about the goal line. And that is beyond the 5 yards from the line of scrimmage.
Man-to-man defense by the Mountaineers, and a lot of contact there. They're going to put the ball on the 2-yard line, and that's an automatic first down for the Bears.
It is indeed. That's the first penalty via the first down this afternoon. It's their 15th first down overall. 1st and goal from the 2. Buell on the keeper, following blockers. Buell gets to the end line, and he gets in for the touchdown from 2 yards out. The keeper, like Graydon Buell, he holds on this time, and Rocky retakes the lead, 12-10, extra point pending.
6:24 to go, third quarter of play as Rocky marches down the field. Gets their ground game in gear a little bit and able to convert after the penalty, the interference penalty, which gave them a 1st and goal on the 2-yard line. Now they'll attempt the extra point.
And that is Drake on the extra point. It is up and good. Austin Drake remains perfect. I'm pretty sure it was still Weston that tried the extra point attempt earlier. So it is now 13-10. Battlin Bears retake the lead. 6:24 left in the third. We'll take a timeout. You're watching all the action of Homecoming 2024 on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Battlin Bears 80-yard drive in 10 plays, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. The pass interference call against Eastern Oregon gave Rocky the ball, first and goal from the 2, and Braden Buell followed his blockers in for the score. Austin Drake's point after attempt is good. Rocky retakes the lead 13-10. Dave, I was chuckling as we came back from the break. That Montana Tech College of Idaho game, after 3 quarters of play, it was 17-13. Tech on top of the Yotes. There are 44 combined points scored in the fourth quarter to tie it up at 37 all. And it does appear that they are going to overtime. And they are. You don't often see 44 points scored in a quarter after a defensive battle of a combined 30 points in the first 3 quarters.
Well, if it happens, it will be in the fourth quarter because a lot of teams begin to go for broke a lot more when the game is on the line towards the end of the game than they do early on.
Colton Kesey and Parker Robinson back to receive the kickoff forthcoming from Jason Weston. I'm going to unplug the iPad as it's now starting to get into the sunlight. I don't want to get the overheat signal, which happens when you are in bright light. I was going to say it earlier. There is nary a cloud in the sky this afternoon. High pressure system over south central Montana. It was 78 degrees at game time. We're up in the low 80s now, and I see people fanning themselves in the stands as there's no wind to speak of. Parker Robinson's going to take it at the 8-yard line. Gets up quickly across the 20. Hurdles a man at the 25. Still on his feet. Goes to the right sideline across the 40. He is knocked out of bounds at the 47-yard line. A nearly 40-yard kickoff return for Parker Robinson. And that is a huge return for Eastern Oregon, who now trails by 3.
He had done well in the high jump for track for Eastern Oregon with that move that got him free for a run back to the 45-yard line.
So they spot out the 45. It'll technically go for a 37-yard return by Robinson. First and 10. Handoff goes to McMillan, and we got a flag coming in as McMillan is brought down on the far sideline by Dylan Dinas. And I think this is going to be a hold against Eastern Oregon.
Yeah, the flag thrown right at the line of scrimmage.
On the offense, number 63, 10 yards from the previous spot. Play first down.
So that'll push the Mounties back a bit. They're going to spot the ball at the 35-yard line. Still first down, but now it's
First and 20.
20.
So the spot of the foul was the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers left side, pitch out to McMillan, who was able to come in. And we got another flag down there back in the backfield, Dave. This might be consecutive holding penalties against Eastern Oregon. It looks like Cade Reynolds might have been a little banged up after that play. He got up, but he's looks to be favoring his left arm.
70 and 63 on the offense. 15-yard penalty. Replay first down.
Chop block called.
Folks, we have our winner in the 50-50.
For a 15-yard penalty. Dave, that's the 10th penalty called against Eastern Oregon this afternoon.
To the student athlete.
That has been a challenge for them this year, but especially this afternoon. They've had some costly penalties that have stopped their own drives and also. Okay.
Second down.
Rockies declined the penalty. Interesting. Okay. They'd rather take the big loss.
Take the down.
Yep. So, second and 23. Ball spotted at the 27-yard line. Excuse me, 32-yard line. Empty backfield with trips right side, twins the left. Glasper takes the snap after the second clap. Glasper's got pressure. Glasper's going to have to run it round. He finds a hole, gets up across midfield. Glasper being chased from behind. Glasper gets away from the defender as he is off to the sideline, and he will go in. He is tripped up as he crosses the goal line. I see no flags. It'll be a touchdown run of 68 yards for Quincy Glasper to give Eastern Oregon the lead back.
Well, he was hemmed in behind the line of scrimmage, but a good job by the Mountaineers quarterback to make some running room for himself, literally doing that on his own for the touchdown.
68-yard run by Quincy Glasper. That is his first rushing touchdown of the year. McLaren on to attempt the extra point. Here's the snap. The hold. The kick is on its way, and it is good. 5:19 left in the third. It is 17-13. Eastern Oregon retakes the lead over Rocky Mountain College here at Herb Klindt Field. We'll take a timeout. You're watching all the action on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Couple of quick touchdown strikes for Eastern Oregon here in the third quarter, giving them the lead back 17-13 now after trailing 6-3 at the end of the first half. Killian Jr. gets it up to the 25-yard line where Rocky will take over for the third time here in the third quarter, trailing by 4. That was an impressive scamper by Quincy Glasper to make something out of nothing and turn it into 6.
Yeah, he's been a very good open field threat for Eastern Oregon.
And, of course, with the declining of the penalty, I don't know if the extra 10 yards would have helped at that point because he was able to find open field and then go. 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. And Ben Rooney is stopped for a loss of 2.
Medrano on the tackle.
Loss of 2 on the play will bring up a 2nd down and 12 Battlin Bears.
Eastern Oregon has been in the backfield a lot this afternoon. 4:50 and counting here in the third. 2nd and 12 from the 25-yard line. 2 receivers split out to the right, 1 split out left side. Tight end right side as well. Buell fakes the handoff to Rooney. Buell looking deep down the left sideline. Buell killing Jr. Oh, it's almost picked off. Great effort by Peyton Howell. The pass was underthrown. Peyton Howell tried to reach up in stride and bring it down with 2 hands. He could not hold on to it. Rocky fortunate to not have that one picked off. And that'll bring up 3rd and 12 from the 25-yard line.
Eastern Oregon's using man-to-man defense on those pass plays right now.
5 receivers set for the Battlin Bears. Nobody in the backfield with Buell. Trips right side, 2 receivers left. Buell changing up the play there. Lyman takes the snap. Buell rolling out to his right now to his left. Buell nowhere to go with it. Pump fakes. Buell takes it out of bounds as he gets up to the 30-yard line. It'll be good for 5 yards on the scamper. But
that'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah. 4th and 7. College of Idaho has taken a 45-37 lead in overtime. I don't know if it is final or not. So Rocky forced to go 3 and out for the third time this afternoon. Parker Robinson back to receive the punt. Here is the punt from Weston. It's a good one. The fair catch is made at the 33-yard line.
Mountaineers will be 1st and 10, Eastern Oregon.
We got 3:45 left in the third.
3-yard line.
This game has taken a sudden a change in feel here with the momentum. Eastern Oregon scoring on their opening possession on the first play of the second half, an 80-yard touchdown pass from Glasper to Kesey, and then a 68-yard run from Quincy Glasper, the quarterback, as he turned nothing into 6 points. Has given the Mountaineers a 17-13 lead. There's going to be a fake handoff up the middle, and coming around the left side on the end around is Parker Robinson. He'll get up to the 40-yard line. That's his first rush of the afternoon. It goes for 8.
On the tackle for the Battlin Bears.
Castile on the tackle for Rocky Mountain College.
Pick up about 6 on the play. 7, second.
They're going to call it a gain of 7. Here's a pass coming from Glasper, wide open at the 45-yard line. Catch made by Tanner Sweek. And Sweek gets it down to the 42.
Result of the play will give Eastern Oregon a 1st and 10 in Battlin Bear territory.
Let's see, where did we start that at? That was at 33-7, 40. That'd be a 18-yard pass completion. We got an immediate whistle. And it's going to be a false start called against Eastern Oregon.
Mounties tried to do a quick snap there. Did not get set, so they got a 5-yard penalty against them, though. Still at first down, but it's now going to be 1st and 15 with the ball spotted back at about the 47-yard line of Rocky.
Result of the penalty will be 1st and 15. Ball will be placed on the Battlin Bears.
Dave, there's only been 3 first downs here in the second half for Eastern Oregon, but it's because they've been big plays for their scoring strikes. 1st and 15 now from the 47. Pass is complete to Spurrier at the 42. Spurrier keeps his feet, gets it down inside the 30. Spurrier all the way down to the 23-yard line, a gain of 24 yards, and move the chains again for Eastern Oregon.
That time Rocky sent the defender that was guarding Spurrier in for a possible safety blitz. Quarterback saw it and had his man wide open for a first down.
1st and 10 now from the 23-yard line of the Battlin Bears. Trips right side. Spurrier got pressure. Spurrier, quick passes, caught over the middle on the hit in the back there on Kesey as he is brought down. He was hit at the 17-yard line for a gain of 6.
Mason Barnett to stop for the Battlin Bears.
3 consecutive completions for Quincy Glasper.
2nd down and 4, Mountaineers.
I've got him 13 of 22 passing for 249 yards and a touchdown. 2nd down and 4 from the 17-yard line. 2 receivers split out either side. Pass on the left side is complete to Sweek. And got a flag coming in at the end. Sweek's helmet's come off, or did he take it off? Came off. Sweek went back to grab a portion of his chin strap, I believe. Chin strap, so trying to put his helmet back on, see what they fish on.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense.
That's why the helmet came off.
Half the distance, still a goal.
Face mask called at the end of the pass.
Result of the penalty will be 1st and goal, Eastern Oregon on the 5-yard line.
So the face mask penalty, the 4th penalty of the afternoon, called against the Battlin Bears. It'll be 1st and goal at the 5-yard line. Looking to the end zone. Still got time. Flag comes in. Pass is caught by Sweet just in front of the goalpost for the touchdown. But I think this one's going to come back. It was a flag down in the backfield. Plenty of time for Mr. Glasper to pass it, and it was too much time because of the holding penalty.
So that'll spot the ball out at the 15-yard line. Still 1st and goal.
Penalty will be 1st and goal. Ball be placed on the Battlin Bear 15-yard line.
Seventh play of the drive coming up, 1st and goal from the 15. Eastern Oregon leading by 4, under a minute to go here in the 3rd. Pass to the end zone. Kason Barnett got his hand up just at the right time. Pass intended for Kesey, and Kesey not able to bring it in.
That was one of those ones where you pass the ball to a spot in the end zone and let the wide receiver run under it. Good defensive effort by Rocky as they got a hand on the ball and knocked it away.
2nd and goal from the 15. Clock stopped. 47.2 left in the 3rd. Eastern Oregon leading by 4 points as they've had 2 touchdowns here in the 3rd quarter. Pass over to Sweek. He's cutting across the middle, left to right. Sweek brought down at the 14-yard line, a gain of a yard.
Number 44, Mason Browning.
Mason Browning in on the stop for the Battlin Bears.
3rd down and goal.
Quick change of personnel for both teams. Reese Dixon coming off the field for Eastern Oregon.
I don't think they're going to run another play.
Play clock is leading by about a 1.5 seconds over the game clock, and so we'll have the final play of the 3rd quarter already happened, and after 3 quarters of play, 17-13, Eastern Oregon on top of Rocky Mountain College. It's homecoming 2024 here at Herb Klindt Field for the Battlin Bears, and they trail by 4. Back for the 4th quarter in a minute here on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel.
Sponsors.
All right, we're ready for the 4th quarter of play. 15 minutes to go to determine who's going to come away with the victory on this one. We've got a timeout call
Rocky.
3rd and goal from the 14, and Rocky calls their first timeout of the half. Coach Stutzream and company didn't like what they were seeing. Assistant head coach, defensive coordinator Joe Dunning obviously saw something that said, hey, let's call a timeout, let's talk this over. You do not want to give up a touchdown here, even though it would technically make it a 2-score game at that point in time, but it just feels like the momentum would be such a big switch from what we had in the first half. Rocky led the entire first half. And then the first play of the second half, Eastern Oregon scores on an 80-yard touchdown pass from Glasper to Kesey. 2 drives later, on the second play of the drive, after a big stop by Rocky with the personal foul penalty that was declined, it was a 68-yard quarterback scramble by Quincy Glasper to give us our current 17-13 score after the point after attempts were both good. 3rd and goal from the 14. Nobody in the backfield except for Glasper. 2 receivers right side, 3 to the left. Glasper's going to scramble. Glasper found a hole. He reaches across the goal line as he falls ahead, landing on the K of the Rocky in the north end zone. Glasper from 14 yards out does indeed give the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers a 2-score lead. We got an official timeout, and we got a Rocky player down. They're going to make it an immediate timeout as well.
That was a running play all the way, Kyle. It looked to me like the offensive line for the Mountaineers basically pushed their defenders to the side, opened up the middle, and left the opening in the middle for the quarterback to just run to the end zone. So it was designed in that fashion as a running play for the touchdown. On a third down play, normally you'd see a passing play on a situation like that. But as I said, the Eastern Oregon, really well coached here. They've got some plays that they're working that have really put Rocky on their heels in this hometown ball game.
Well, Dave, and you want to think that maybe after that last 40 or 68-yard scamper by Glasper that the coaching staff for Eastern Oregon saw something with the opening in the middle and said, hey, let's try that again. As you had mentioned, they had gone on 5 receiver sets and nobody in the backfield other than Glasper, but spread out the field. The trips to the left side was the wide side of the field, and Glasper found a hole and basically went up along the right hash mark, then in for the score. And we've got, I believe it is Mason Browning who is favoring his left leg as he gets up. He's walking off under his own power, but he's hobbling a bit as he's gingerly putting weight on that left side.
Folks, how about a big hand for Mason Browning out there?
So we'll have the point after attempt coming once we come back from the media timeout. You see the gentleman down there on the field with the red shirt and the red hat. That's what we refer to when we say the red hat. He's the one that lets the officials know when the broadcasts are back from their timeouts. SWX is here today. Glad to have you along with us on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Red Hat's still out on the field, and now he's like, okay, we're good. And again, the back judge, he doesn't have to go the 70 yards this time that he did in the first half. But he will now take his position there on the backside of the end zone. And he gives the signal to the referee, says, we are good to go. McLaren looking to line up for the extra points. On to hold it is Shaw Blaine. 14:53 left in the fourth. Here's the snap, the hold, kick on its way, and it hits off the left goalpost, but it does not go through. It lands here in the end zone, so it remains a 10-point differential, 23-13. Mountaineers on top. We'll take a timeout, come back, and we've got almost all of the fourth quarter left. Don't go anywhere. You're watching all the action on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. 3 second-half touchdowns for Eastern Oregon, offsetting the second touchdown of the afternoon for the Battlin Bears. Missed point after attempt has left it a 10-point lead for Eastern Oregon, 23-13. Kickoff got to be taken in stride at the 10 by Waddell. Waddell gets blockers as he gets up to the 25 and gets forward another 3 yards to the 28-yard line. So Battlin Bears, work cut out for them, down by 2 scores now with 14:46 left in regulation. And we're hoping that this does not ruin an otherwise perfect afternoon here at Herb Klindt Field. It's homecoming 2024. Great temperatures, great crowd. But the Rocky side has been taken out of the affair a little bit because of the 3 second-half touchdowns for Eastern Oregon. Lots of time left. 1st and 10 from the 28. Buell under pressure. Buell finds Jesperson. He's open. Happens across the 35. He is taken out of bounds at the 40-yard line.
Out of bounds. Hey, folks, let's
Gain of 12 on the first pass reception of the afternoon for Jesperson. And move the chains for the Battlin Bears. 16th first down of the afternoon by my count. 14 and a half to go in regulation. Rocky with the ball down by 10. Handoff to Rooney. Nope. Fake the handoff to Jesperson, rather. It's a keeper by Buell. He gets it up to the 45. A gain of 5.
Good job by the quarterback that time. He fooled everybody,
Including yours truly.
the announcer.
2nd down and 5 from the 45-yard line. I like the sense of urgency here by the Battlin Bears and wanting to get something going here and get a quick score back. 2 receivers right side, 1 to the left. Buell out of the gun. Rooney going to fake the handoff to him. Jesperson still. Passes behind Eric Lira, and Lira played defender there and did a good job coming back to the ball and reaching to take it away from the defender. As that pass was underthrown to Dwyer.
3rd down and 5, Battlin Bears.
Well, Dave, here's a big 3rd and 5 for the Battlin Bears. Third and 5 from their own 45-yard line. Down to 10 seconds on the play clock. Buell talking to Lear here on the left side. 2 receivers right side. Now he's pointing out there. Down to 4 seconds. And Rocky's going to have to call a timeout. Coach Stutz saw the play clock running down and did not want to lose to a delay of game. Another 5 yards. Well, Dave, we have a moment. Who's our fine sponsor of broadcasts here on the Rocky Athletics YouTube channel?
Well, Urk Hotels, of course, again, partnering with Rocky for the 23-24 streaming season. Urk Hotels is based in Missoula, Montana. Been managing and developing lodging properties in the Northwest for over 30 years now. With their partners and investors, they have developed and built hotels in Montana, Washington, and Idaho, and they currently have some 900 guest rooms, 22,000 square feet of conference space. At Urk Hotels, they are dedicated to serving their people and properties, inspiring a culture of exceptional hospitality and delivering maximum value to their investors and partners. So a thank you to Urk Hotels for your support of Rocky Mountain College athletics.
Rocky on the season, 35% completion percentage on 3rd down possessions, and we've got a whistle and a flag, and we've got too many men on the field. Is that really the case after a timeout?
Illegal substitution. 12 players on the field. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Coach Stutzream is not going to be happy with that one. An illegal substitution, 12 men on the field after the timeout that they call with the play clock winding down on 3rd and 5. Now it's going to make it 3rd and 10 from the 40. Trips right side. 1 man to the left is Lira. Buell looking left. Buell's under pressure. Buell is sacked. In there is Shaw Blaine along with Gabriel Suckle. And boy, oh howdy, they got there in a hurry. He's brought down back at the 32-yard line, a loss of 8 yards, and that'll bring up 4th down.
Both defensive ends came in.
Gonna get it right. It's Gabriel Shuckle, S-H-U-K-L-E, 6'1", 220-pound defensive lineman, a graduate out of LeGrand, playing for his hometown school. Here's the punt away by Weston. It's going to take a rocky roll down inside the 15 and be down at the 11. It's a great punt.
11-yard line.
But Eastern Oregon gets it back at their own 11, leading by 10 with 12:50 left in the 4th. Going to go to a little Neil Diamond, Dave, to try and get the crowd back in it. Lots of time left with 12:50 left, but you're down by 2 scores. And, you know, trying to draw out the right play on 3rd and 5. You call the timeout and then have the illegal substitution coming out of the timeout. That does not help the cause. Let's see if the Rocky defense can come up with another big stop. 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. There's going to be a handoff to Brody McMillan, and he has nowhere to go after a
Mountaineers. He is brought down.
loss of a yard. Number of Rocky players in on the stop. I've got Brody McMillan, 8 carries for 20 yards on the afternoon. No huddle offense, which is kind of surprising with Eastern Oregon with a 10-point lead, but they're looking for another score here rather than to start to run time off the clock. Man in motion is Spurrier. Pass here complete on the right side at the 15-yard line. A diving catch is made by Walker Camp.
Number 5, Walter Camp.
Walker Camp, it's his first reception of the afternoon.
They're saying 3rd down and 7.
Got it up to the 14, so a gain of 4. 3rd and 6. Glasper drops back. Glasper over the middle. A pass is caught by Kesey, but Kesey is going to be stopped short as he is brought down at the 17-yard line, a gain of 3. Great stop there for the Battlin Bears defense.
Bears using man-to-man defense on those pass plays. Up until now, Eastern Oregon has been able to take advantage of that zone defense of Rocky. At that time, Rocky had the man-to-man defense, and they had the man right there to make the tackle punting situation for the Mounties.
3rd time of the afternoon that the Mounties have been held to a 3-and-out. There's a shanked punt. That's going to go end over end, helicopter style, into the Eastern Oregon bench. It was caught about 3 yards deep here at the 33-yard line, and they're going to mark it at the 30. Well, that is exactly what the doctor ordered here. Take over at the Mountaineers 30 with 11:05 left in regulation. Rocky trailing 23-13. They led 6-0 at the end of one. It was 6-3 at halftime, but Eastern Oregon with a couple of touchdowns in the 3rd quarter. And then one here in the 4th, offsetting Rocky's lone touchdown in the 3rd. Has made it a 23-13 affair. 2 receivers right side. Waddell to the left. Fake the handoff to Rooney. Pass to Waddell. Going to the end zone. Is he caught? He makes the catch for the touchdown. Well, there's a quick strike that the Battlin Bears needed. Jack Waddell makes the catch, receiving it in stride as he crosses the goal line from 30 yards out for Waddell. That's his first touchdown reception of the season. And Rocky gets back within 4, extra point pending. Austin Drake on to attempt the extra point. The kick is on its way, and it is good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
One play, 30 yards, and a touchdown in 7 seconds for the Battlin Bears. Gets them back within 3 points after the extra point by Austin Drake. A 30-yard score from Buell to Waddell, and we've got a 3-point game. 10:58 left in the fourth. Battlin Bears trailing by 3. Go anywhere. You're watching Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. One play in 8 seconds and 30 yards. Battlin Bears score their second touchdown of the second half. A 30-yard pass from Graydon Buell to Jack Waddell. Austin Drake's extra point is good. It is a 3-point differential between the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers and your Battlin Bears of Rocky Mountain College. And Jason Weston getting set to kick it away from the 35-yard line. Colton Kesey and Parker Robinson back to await the Weston offering. Weston gets it underway, and over end kick. It's going to go taken just outside the goal line by Robinson. He'll get across the 10, the 15, the 20. Robinson following a blocker at the 25, gets it up to the 26-yard line. A return of 25 yards.
By a group of Battlin Bears.
And Eastern Oregon will take over, leading by 3. 10:51 left. Dave, we've had 3 touchdowns in this half that have been scored on 2 plays or less. 2 of them on 1 play.
Well, you had another one in the first half as well that was scored on 1 play. So it's been a game of long plays here.
2 receivers left side. Glasper handoff to McMillan. McMillan found a hole, and he is lowering the shoulder pads, blowing over blockers as he gets all the way up to the 39-yard line. 13-yard run by Brody McMillan, his longest run from scrimmage this afternoon. And that's a first down for Eastern Oregon.
On their 39-yard line.
Here's a handoff again to McMillan, and
McMillan to get on the carry up the middle.
he goes straight ahead for a yard. So, Dave, it's kind of interesting to me. It was the previous possession for the Mountaineers where I thought they might go to the ground and try and take more time off the clock. They ended up going to the air and went on a 3 and out. And now, after Rocky scores the touchdown and get it back within 3, they've been going on the ground for a couple of plays. Second down and 9 from the 40-yard line. 2 receivers left side. High snap. Clasper gets it. Passes deflected. Great hands. We got a late flag coming in. Nice job on the defensive effort by Daniel Dominguez. Now let's see what the flag is for. Holding.
Holding. Number 70 on the offense. 10-yard penalty. Stay second down.
12th penalty. Well, 13th penalty called. The 12th.
He's not going to take it.
Of the afternoon, and Rocky's in a decline again.
Penalty.
Okay.
Rather make it 3rd and long rather than give him 2nd and.
Absolutely. 3rd down and 9 from the 40. Rocky has forced 3 and outs this afternoon. Can the defense do it one more time? and get their offense the ball back. Down by 3 with 9:46 left in the fourth. Trips left side, one to the right. Got a man in the backfield on the left side. That's Reese Dixon on the left hip of Glasper. Glasper takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to try and tuck it under, and he is caught. Mason Browning brings him down at the 36-yard line. A loss of 4.
Led by number 44, Mason Browning, to bring up a 4th down. Mountaineers.
Battlin Bears defense stiffens up once again to force the 4th 3-and-out of the afternoon, and they have given the offense just what they need. A big stop and what should be good field position with plenty of time left on the clock, down by 3. Here's Kesey to punt it away. Kesey, helicopter punt. Kason Barnett takes the fair catch at the 31-yard line. And the Battlin Bears down by 3. Get it back with 9:02 left in the fourth. 23-20 our score. Double check, they did not call a media timeout, so we will not take one because I don't want to miss any of the action.
Yeah, it's surprising they didn't.
I thought they would. So I was about ready to take it. Play clock starts on the official's whistle, and now we're down to 16 on the play clock. Umpire now backs off with 14 on the play clock. Buell, 1st and 10 from his own 31-yard line. Out of the gun, Buell looking over the middle, and a one-handed attempt by Joseph Dwyer. It was just a little too far out in front of him. Otherwise, that would have been a good for about 11 yards, if not more, as he was cutting across the field right to left. It is a final from Caldwell. The Yotes hand the Orediggers their first loss of the year, 45-37 in OT. Fake the handoff. Pass over the middle. Waddell goes in the air, makes the catch, lands on his feet because their 2 defenders hit him as the ball was coming in. Jack Waddell gets up to the 48-yard line, a gain of 17 and a first down for Rocky.
One of the Eastern Washington players, Parker Robinson, still down on the field. He was one of the 2 defenders that met at the wide receiver.
Ball down at the 48-yard line. The defender, Shaw Blaine, down at the, well, his head is at midfield. As he came in hard to try and make the tackle after the catch by Jack Waddell. A great leaping effort by Waddell, and then kept his feet in part because the defenders hit him as he was in the air making the catch, and was able to get an extra 3 yards on it. Let's take a quick timeout. 8:45 left in the fourth quarter. 23-20 Eastern Oregon on top of Rocky by 3. Back in a moment on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel. Lane Shaw comes off under his own power. He just got the wind knocked out of him. It was good to see him get up and out. But Rocky, 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line. Trailing by 3, handoff to Rooney. Rooney straight ahead to midfield. 2 yards on a cloud of dust. Well, it would be a cloud of pellets, wouldn't it, on this field?
I was going to say, there's not much dust down there.
Rooney, his 13th carry of the afternoon. Well, they're going to mark it back to 49 again of a yard. Sure, after I mark my score sheet. 2nd and 9, just shy of midfield for the Battlin Bears. Down by 3, handoff Jesperson. Jesperson gets across midfield. He gets it down to the 49-yard line of the Mountaineers. A gain of 2 yards. his 8th carry. I've got him 29 yards on the afternoon. But Dave, it'll be 3rd down and 7 from the 49-yard line of Eastern Oregon. Kyan Jesperson is in the backfield, a yard deep off the left hip of Buell. 2 receivers right side. Manning lined up on the left as well. Buell looking to pass. It is caught at the 41-yard line. Reaching back and diving to make the catch is Jack Waddell. He knew where the first down marker was.
Rocky Mountain College.
He got it to the 41 on 3rd and 7, an 8-yard completion. Move the chains
Battlin Bears.
for the Battlin Bears.
As Waddell caught that ball, he was looking at that first down marker.
Knew where he needed to be. He had a yard to spare. 7 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. 1st and 10 from the Eastern Oregon 41-yard line. 2 receivers right side. Buell fakes the handoff, rolls out to his right. Buell's got some room. Buell's going to fake it going outside, cuts back inside, gets down to the 33-yard line. They're going to spot it at the 34.
Down by number 52, Max
A gain of 7.
Jack Marshall.
And it'll be
Pickup of about
2nd down and 3 from the 34-yard line. Ball on the right hash mark. 2 receivers right side. Quick screen pass out to Jesperson. He makes the catch. Jesperson's got the first down. He's got a few extra yards as well. Still fighting for yardage as he is thrown out of bounds. Rocky bench wanted a flag, but there's not one called or thrown. It's a 4-yard pass reception to Jesperson. And that'll move the chains. A first down.
first down.
By my count, 20th first down of the afternoon, the last 4 in a row through the air for the Battlin Bears. 5:55 and counting here in the 4th. Rocky trailing by 3 in Eastern Oregon territory. Buell looking deep, left side. Caught, no! In and out of the hands of Joseph Dwyer. A great over-the-shoulder throw. I thought he was going to bring it in, but he's not able to hold on. It's incomplete.
2nd down and 10.
I think we've got an Eastern Oregon player down in the end zone as well.
Timeout. Official.
Again, Battlin Bear Athletics would like to thank today's game day sponsor, the Billings
Battlin Bears trailing by 3 points with 5:44 left in the 4th quarter. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the Eastern Oregon 30 after the official timeout for that player to get off the field, which they are now.
We do have a timeout on the field, of course, and timeouts today's game are being brought to you by Billings Hotel and Convention Center, sponsor for the 24-25 season here at Rocky Mountain College. Thank you to the Billings Hotel and Convention Center for your continued support, and they are the game day sponsor of this homecoming event today that still has more to come. I believe we've got volleyball on the schedule for later on this evening over at Fortin Center, as it's a special weekend here at Rocky Mountain College.
Jace Murray, the former West High standout, he is manager over there, and he and his staff were honored today on the field at halftime. 2nd and 10 from the 30 of Eastern Oregon. Rocky has a bunched up formation out from under center. Buell drops back, fakes the handoff. Buell's got some running room on the right side along the far sideline. He will go out of bounds around the 10, and then a late flag thrown by the linesman. That's going to be a late hit out of bounds. It'll be 1st and goal, Battlin Bears inside the 10.
A little frustration on the part of Eastern Oregon as Buell was about 8 feet out of bounds. And somebody took a swing at the ball, looks like, out there.
19-yard scamper for Buell.
10 on the defense. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
This one will be accepted. Half the distance to the goal. We'll move it down to the 5.5-yard line.
by Buell.
That is the 14th penalty called against the Eastern Oregon, and the 12th accepted. 1st and goal from the 5-yard line. Rocky down by 3 with 5:28 and counting. Man in motion is the right slot receiver, and the pass is intercepted in the end zone. Jason Grant intercepted the pass that was intended for the man cutting across the back of the end zone. I believe it was intended for Jack Waddell, and Grant makes the pick to end the threat as he takes a knee for the touchback. Well, that takes a little air out of the stadium at the moment.
Been an interesting day here at Herb Klindt Field. This football game has taken some interesting turns throughout the day. We had our first penalty called for showing the iPad to the referee. We've had 3 or 4 plays that ran for touchdowns on a first down play. And now we've got Eastern Oregon, 1st and 10 from the 20.
McMillan in motion out of the backfield. Pass over the middle is caught by Spurrier, and Spurrier gets up across the 30 to the 33-yard line. A gain of 13 yards and a first down for Eastern Oregon. That gets them away from their own 25.
Result of the play will be a 1st and 10 Mountaineers.
And the first down for the Mountaineers, by my count, their 15th of the afternoon. Clock is running. 4:45 and counting here in the 4th. Eastern Oregon with the ball, leading by 3. Trips left side. Ball on the right hash mark. Eastern Oregon going toward the north end zone, so the sun in the eyes of the receivers as they look back. Pitch out to McMillan. McMillan hitting the backfield, gets away, but he's going to be stopped at about the 34-yard line, a gain of a yard. For McMillan, his 11th carry of the afternoon. I've got him 35 yards on the ground. 2nd down and 10.
Gain of 1 on the play, bring up a 2nd down and 9.
Or 9, yeah. It was a yard gain. They just hadn't put it up on the scoreboard yet. I read it. Question mark. That's it. 4 minutes to go in the 4th. Eastern Oregon with the ball, up by 3. 2nd and 9 from their own 34-yard line. 1 receiver right side. Got 2 tight end formation. Pitch out to McMillan. McMillan tries to cut back inside as he gets up to the 35. Gets taken out of bounds at the 37-yard line, a gain of 3. So that'll make up a 3rd down.
Jabari
Madison Jr. in on the stop for the Battlin Bears.
Play will bring up a 3rd down and 6 for the Mountaineers.
3rd and 6 from their own 37-yard line. Rocky makes a defensive swap of personnel. Eastern Oregon taking as much time off the clock as they can. They're down to 8 seconds on the play clock. 3:08 on the game clock. There's about a second differential between the play and game clock, second-wise. Snap is off. Glasper looking here on the left side. Glasper, catch is made, reaching back for it. What a play. Great catch by Tanner Sweek. The defender had no idea the pass was coming in until Sweek made the completion at the 42-yard line. A gain of 20 yards and a first down.
Will be a 1st 10 Mountaineers. Ball will be on the Battlin Bear 40.
I've got Quincy Glasper, 19 of 29 passing for 299 yards and a touchdown on the afternoon. And they are back into Battlin Bear territory with 2.5 to go, leading by 3. Bears defense needs a stop to have the 2-minute timeout that's new this year in the NAI. High snap. Glasper jumps up to get it, hands it off to McMillan. He cuts the far side of the field. He's trying to stay in bounds. Rocky trying to take him out of bounds. They will not. Oh, now they say he is out. The official was going to keep the clock running, and then he said, nope, out of bounds. Did I have a late flag come in, or did I see something?
Timeout.
Rocky calls a timeout. It's going to be a 4-yard run for McMillan. Clock is stopped with 2:13 left. The 2nd timeout of the afternoon for the Battlin Bears. Check that. That is the 3rd timeout and final of the half.
I was going to say, Rocky used their final timeout.
Yep.
Remember, they had one at the very beginning of the quarter that they had to use as the quarter began that they probably wish they had back now.
Then they had the one that they called, and after that, they had an illegal substitution coming out of the timeout. It cost them another 5 yards. So Eastern Oregon, looking for their first win of the year, is leading by 3 on the road against the Battlin Bears with 2:13 left in the fourth quarter of play. Eastern Oregon had a scrimmage against Pacific Northwest Christian back on the 31st of August. Their opening game was against Montana Western in non-conference action. Western won that one 59-21. That was in Dillon. 2 weeks ago in Spokane, they took on Whitworth University and lost 31-19. And then their home opener was the first Frontier game as well last weekend, where they hosted Montana Tech and lost 45-22. 2nd and 6 from the 38-yard line. 2 receivers right side, 2 to the left. Glasper out of the gun with McMillan on his left hip. Glasper is going to keep it. Glasper ahead. He's got the first down and more, and that was not McMillan in the backfield with him. It was Dixon who provided the block. Glasper gets on ahead to the 29-yard line, a gain of 9 yards and a first down for Eastern Oregon. And that'll bring up the final timeout for the 2-minute timeout here in the fourth quarter. We'll step aside as well, 23-20. Eastern Oregon with the ball, and the 3-point lead will be back after this 2-minute timeout. Tim Camp, in his 17th year as head coach of Eastern Oregon, is trying to find first win of the year, both in conference and overall for the Mountaineers. And Mountaineers are now starting to set up in victory formation as they've got one man back deep. Glasper was coming ready to come set under center, and of course it was a media timeout taken with the 2-minute timeout as well. So the Red Hat had to say, hey, wait, now I'm ready to come back. And so the back judge, he was walking towards the north end zone. He's like, oh, yeah, I got a point. Ready, we're good to go. Referee makes the signal. Play clock is underway. 2 minutes to go in this one. Glasper under center takes a knee. Rocky has no timeouts left. And let's see here, 40, 80, that would be a minute 20. Yep, that would basically run it out with the final play clock. Rocky does not have the ability to stop the clock as Glasper loses a yard, and he gladly does so. 2nd down and 11 with minute 30 on the game clock. And we've got a second differential of about 7 seconds between the play clock and game clock. Glasper takes a knee once again. So that'll bring up 3rd down and 12. And 3rd down and 12 from the 32-yard line.
Everyone that came and supported the Rocky Mountain College Battlin Bears this afternoon. And again, would encourage you to
55 seconds left on the game clock. There's 10 seconds left on the play clock and 48 on the game clock. So there'll be the final snap. Glasper will backpedal a couple steps. He'll take a knee at the 37-yard line, and that is all they needed to do, as they will run out the clock and come away with the victory on the road. And the Battlin Bears will not be able to come away with the victory on homecoming this afternoon. The final score in this one, Eastern Oregon Mountaineers 23. The Rocky Mountain College Battlin Bears 20. We'll take a timeout. We'll recap what all happened in this one. You are watching Battlin Bears football on Rocky Athletics YouTube channel.
Lounge, coffee shop, pool, hot tub.
Welcome back one final time here to Herb Klindt Field, side of the 2024 Rocky Mountain College homecoming game, and Rocky falls this afternoon to Eastern Oregon by a final score of 23-20. Eastern Oregon coming away with 3 second-half touchdowns in this one, and a point after attempt blocked to make it the 3-point differential. But the big play down the stretch was the interception in the end zone when Rocky was driving, and that sealed the victory for the Mountaineers.
Yeah, it was a situation where Rocky quarterback tried to make something happen there and didn't see the defender basically throwing to what he thought was the guy, his receiver in the end zone, and he threw it right into the outstretched arms of Eastern Oregon. And they just knelt down and took the touchback.
Waiting for the final stats to be presented to us. To recap the scoring in this one, Rocky took the opening drive as they went 8 plays in 3 minutes 17 seconds. A 40-yard touchdown pass from Graydon Buell to DeNiro Killian Jr. The point after attempt was blocked. It was 6-0 Rocky with 10:38 left in the first quarter. That was our score at the end of one. Eastern Oregon, their only points in the second half came on a 22-yard field goal with 9:50 left in the second to make it 6-3 our score. That was our score at the halftime break. But on the opening possession of the second half, Eastern Oregon on 1st and 10 from their own 20, an 80-yard touchdown pass from Quincy Glasper to Colton Kesey. McLaren's point after attempt was good, and that gave Eastern Oregon their first lead of the afternoon, 10-6 with 14:41 left in the third. Rocky would answer on a 2-yard quarterback keeper by Graydon Buell to make it 13-6 as they retook the lead after Austin Drake's point after attempt was good. That was at the 6:24 mark of the third quarter of play. Eastern Oregon on the ensuing drive only needed 2 plays as they would score on a 68-yard quarterback keeper by Quincy Glasper. And Dave, that came on a play where it was something out of nothing. Glasper looked like he was going to be stopped. If anything, at least at the line of scrimmage, he was able to scamper away and then found a hole, and he was off to the races and ran it in.
Again, like we mentioned, Rocky, during the ball game, when they look at the game films, they're going to find that they left the open too much during this ball game. Left a lot of opportunities for Eastern Oregon to do things in the center of the field. And I don't know if that was the design of Eastern Oregon or Rocky just had a mental lapse there, but their linemen, their defensive linemen, were not guarding the zones like they should have been in this ball game.
Quincy Glasper, that was his first rushing touchdown, the 68-yard scamper. McLaren's point after attempt was good to give Eastern Oregon the lead back 17-13. That came with 5:19 left in the third. And then Eastern Oregon would end up getting what we thought was going to be 3 and out for the Eastern Oregon Mountaineers. They had a punt. That penalty was called, and so Eastern Oregon got the ball back. They started with it at their own 11-yard line, own 33-yard line with 3:45 left in the third, and on the first play of the fourth quarter, they score on Quincy Glasper's second rushing touchdown of the afternoon. The quarterback ran it in from 14 yards out. McLaren's point after attempt doinked off the left goalpost and was no good, so it made a 23-13 score with 14:53 left in regulation. Rocky on the ensuing drive, they only needed... no, it wasn't on the ensuing drive, because the ensuing drive they went 3 and out. They gave it back over to Eastern Oregon and forced a 3 and out of their own, and then Rocky got it back at the Eastern Oregon 30 after the shank punt, and they only needed one play to go 30 yards. Braden Buell to Jack Waddell from 30 yards out. Austin Drake's point after attempt was good to make it 23-20. And yet, despite Rocky turning it over on a 3 and out by Eastern Oregon, Rocky started a drive at their own 31 with 9:02 left. 10 plays. They marched down into Eastern Oregon territory. They got it into the red zone. But as Dave mentioned, Braden Buell did not see the defender that was in the back side of the end zone as Jack Waddell was coming across. The interception made by Jason Grant gave the ball back to Eastern Oregon with a final 5:21 left, and they started their own 20 after the touchback, able to march 10 plays and run the final 5 minutes and 21 seconds off the clock to come away with a 3-point victory. Well, folks, I was hoping we'd have the official stats for you. They have not been sent to me as of yet. Let me see if I can get stats one other way here. Stand by one moment. iPad's getting a little warm in the afternoon sun.
What do we have for games coming up while you're getting that ready?
While we're getting that ready, Eastern Oregon will be on the road next Saturday at Arizona Christian, and that will most likely be a 7 p.m. affair, as they have been here for most games in Arizona. Meanwhile, for the Battlin Bears, they will be at home here next week against College of Idaho. College of Idaho came away with the overtime victory against Tech this afternoon, 45-37. So Eastern Oregon taking on Arizona Christian, but Rocky taking on a team that will likely move up from their 19th spot in the poll this week to probably the high teens, if not around the 10 mark, after College of Idaho defeating Tech goes to 4-0 on the year. All right, got stats. Nope, that was the game from the previous week. Will it pull up? It will not. All right. Sorry, folks. Go to BattlinBears.com. Go BattlinBears.com. You can find the recap there and the final stats in that one, as we have not been able to get them up here in the booth this afternoon. Get the final score, 23-20. Eastern Oregon gets their first win of the year and their first conference victory. They improve to 1-3 overall, 1-1 in conference. Battlin Bears fall to 1-3 overall and 0-2 in conference play. Our thanks to Giselle on the camera, Savannah, our producer, and for Dave Riley, Kyle Riley saying so long from Herb Klindt Field. Again, the final score, Rocky Falls in homecoming, 23-20 to Eastern Oregon. We'll talk to you next weekend here from the Rocky Bowl.